Yeah, remember slightly downhill first, which gets everyone excited.
It is hard to hold back. Everyone says, don't run, straight off the start. It's a long race, but that is exactly what they're doing. And it would be impossible not to sprint off this start line with those views, with that kind of easy downhill terrain. They will be, of course, doing this long slope upwards. They've got, about 12 kilometers until they hit the peak, the highest point of this course.
So Dylan Ribeiro is leading the charge, but they are all together, the ones we expected to see. So Maxime Peluchou, Simon Paquet with a white t-shirt, and the fourth gentleman as Paul Buret. The team Rossignol actually has shown up in numbers today, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Paul Buret, Marine Quintard, and poor guy, I keep forgetting his name. Lucien Vermillon, of course. Yep.
So in the red t-shirt there, that is
Maxime Peluchou, the lumberjack.
The lumberjack, perfect. And they are going for it. Now, the winning times last year, just to give everyone a bit of a sense, on the men's side, it was 4 hours and 35 minutes. That was Dominique Hohenleitner from Germany, I believe. And then on the women's side, it was 5 hours, 23 minutes. I hazard a guess that we're going to see a faster time from either Maud or Lucille today, but let's see. It was Candice Fertin who won the women's race last year.
And I'm impressed at Maud's pack, but actually I'm looking ahead because they have a lot. As we said, there is a risk of thunderstorms, so the entire mandatory kit has been enforced. They have to carry everything, and so elite athletes, especially for a 50K, are much less used to carrying stuff. But obviously, like every other participant, they have to carry the mandatory equipment. So it's interesting, Simon Paquet saying, we're just going to have to carry everything knowing we're not going to use it, but we're going to play by the rules. And so, we're going to look like turtles.
You can see some are carrying poles, but some are not.
Yeah, one of the top four here, I think it's Dylan, has chosen to go without.
And it doesn't look like Maud has poles either.
There we go. Oh, yeah, but Maud is known as like the power hiker of the women's circuit.
She doesn't need them.
So she'll just be like bent over, hand on knees, hiking super hard, while some of the runners here in the men's openly said that they were gearing up for OCC or even CCC, and in which case you really want to go and practice with your poles. So interesting, Simon Paquet, who was instructed by his coach to take it easy and stick with the group, is now leading the charge.
No surprise there.
So we'll see what happens next. Yeah.
And an interesting story, just seeing Maud on the screen here. She actually won this race in 2009. So 17 years ago, and she will be coming back. If she can win it again, that will be quite the cool story.
That is impressive. Talk about longevity.
Yep.
Oh, he's going. So, right now, Simon Gosselin is looking at the screen. Is like, what is going on, son? Just take it easy. That's not what we said. That's not what we discussed. But maybe he's just stretching out a little bit, making sure the engines are firing.
I mean, if you feel good, why not?
And it doesn't look like he's working too hard. No. He's just, stretching it out.
Maybe this is his version of holding back.
Mm-hmm. And see, he's keeping an eye on the watch, making sure he doesn't overreach, whether it's heart rate or pace. He would have broken down every section with his coach and knowing what he could do and what he should do.
You can see a it's a very runnable section in this early part of the race.
Dang.
Which makes it, it's always nice if you've got a bit of a chance for the field to kind of spread out, jockey, find their place. Sometimes you have race starts where you funnel into a technical trail or into an uphill immediately, and then it's always a bit of a gamble. Should you run and race to the start so you can get ahead of the pack? But here, no such stress. They've got this nice stretch of a gravel road here, a bit of a Jeep track, where they can just settle in, figure out where they want to sit in the pack, and start the race off in a nice, relaxed way. And what a day out for a run. And we see this, we've been seeing this time and time again. They just make it look so easy. It doesn't look like they're really racing and running hard at the moment, but make no mistake, they are running at a speed that most of us would not be able to keep up with.
Even downhill.
Even downhill, exactly. And there we see a bit of a flyover of the course, starting in Moe.
And again, these first sections, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, is still in the trees, a little bit of a cover, and then they're going to pop out above, and it's going to get hot. In the meantime, we got a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
A place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back live following the marathon course at the Verbier by UTMB race. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we are following the race leaders. Whereas we are on the left-hand side, we got a glimpse there of the second wave of the course of this 43-kilometer course waiting to start off.
Yeah, you said like over 6,000 participants throughout the weekend. So as much as the trail, actually, this is one of the races where the trail doesn't narrow down too quickly, so you have less of a need to be up at the front or like the risk of for a bottleneck. But still, it's so much more comfortable, and it doesn't make any difference. You have the competitive runners up at the front, and then all the extraordinary runners in the later waves, and it's fun because then everybody has heaps of room. There's no like crowds at aid station as well, so it just works. It makes total sense.
Such a nice start to a race, and we have 433 runners lining up on the start line of the 50K race today. And of course, the top 3 finishers on both the men's and the women's side will get a direct entry to the UTMB World Series Finals, to the OCC race.
For 2027.
For 2027, exactly. Many of these runners already have their plans for the UTMB World Series Finals for this year, either gearing up for OCC or CCC. But it doesn't hurt to kind of already solidify what your plans are going to be for next August in 2027.
Yep. I mean, it's always good to have that card like nice and early. It's in the pocket, whether you play it or not.
Yep.
It's fine, but it's done. And man, I gotta say, look at him. Simon just looking relaxed, strong.
Really smooth.
Yeah.
Really smooth.
Oh. Yeah, I think we've lost Maxime Pelouchou, which I was telling you, he's the one with the red t-shirt or tank top. And he's a fantastic downhill runner. And when we saw him take the win, I think it was in 2025, at Wildstrubel,
Yes.
also in Valais, we didn't see him the whole life. And in the last descent, he just came flying. So, I mean, there is a big descent, long descent, and then on the road, it does finish with an uphill. But the fact that we've lost him here on the screen does not mean that we're not going to see him again.
That is good intel. And there on the screen,
Marie-Charlotte
3:06.
Iratsoki. Yeah, I think I'm saying it right. Super inspiring story. She's coming back. She was in the ICU. After a big crash. There she is. And so the fact that she's back in racing is pretty exciting. Currently, apparently, from the production, sitting in third place and also looking like she's on a little stroll.
She's got pretty good race history behind her. She is actually a bit of a specialist at getting fifth place. She was
there we go.
fifth at Swiss Peaks in 2024 in the 70K, fifth at the Eiger Ultra Trail, 37K in 2024, fifth at the Nice by UTMB 50K in 2025. So right now she's running in third.
Vous me dites quand je peux faire une manipulation.
But yeah, as you say, incredible comeback. She was selected for the French ski mountaineering team last winter and made quite the comeback after a really serious crash. Showing no signs of that as she is taking this trail by storm early on. And wow, you can see how far ahead Simon is already. I mean, just motoring up this climb.
I mean, there's no doubt about this. He's super fit. But do you want to go out that hard? I mean, again, maybe it's part of the plan with his coach. He's like, all right, well, just see what you can do on the first climb and then just ease back. Make sure you don't destroy yourself in a descent. Let people come back to you if that happens. Don't worry about it.
There's the mental aspect of this as well, right? You know, we like to talk about, of course, what we're seeing from a physical standpoint, but you know, everyone's got a different approach, a different style, and if you want to just come out strong and make a statement with everyone else, then lead from the start and try to hold on. And with his background, Simon was obviously coming in with the highest UTMB index as the race favorite. So maybe in his head he's thinking, you know, there's no need for me to hold back, and I'm just going to do what I can do and see who sticks with me.
And so far, Dylan Ribeiro in second place, about 20 to 30 meters back. And then another 50 meters back is Lucien Mermillon. So, yeah, it's let's see how it goes. But if as you said, if things go well for Simon Pacquiao right now in the lead, he's done it before. Like he at the Maxi race in Annecy, he just found himself in the lead and was like, oh, well, you know what? Let's go. I'm doing this, and he did, and he absolutely won in a stellar time ahead of deep competition. And then we have a power couple maybe at the front of the second wave, trying to get some airtime. Well done.
The second wave of this marathon course off 15 minutes after the first wave. Now, I was just looking at the background stats of that, the leading men's group. It's interesting that actually 3 of them had all raced in the Wildstrubel race last year, with Maxime Peluchou coming in first, Dylan Ribeiro coming in third, and then Lucien coming in fifth. So it's definitely, there's a lot of crossover, I think, between this this race in Verbier and the Wildstrubel race.
Well, that's the thing, like, you know, in Valais, those are kind of the similar profiles, similar mountains, similar weather as well. So there we go. In the lead, Simon is leading the charge, but he's not gaining any time on Dylan Ribeiro. Dylan is just staying there, sitting on Simon, just 10, 15 meters back. So he's just also cruising, but just choosing not to close the gap at this point. There we go. Head down, Lucille Germain.
You can see that speed, 9 kilometers an hour going uphill. So she is moving well. And you can see that she's running alongside one of the men who's using poles. She's got poles in her bag, but she has not pulled them out, choosing to just kind of power ahead. In second, as we suspected that she would be, chasing down. She was also selected for the French ski mountaineering team for the first time this past winter, just months after an injury forced her to withdraw from the World Short Trail Championships. So lots of people with ski backgrounds, which makes sense. I mean, very, very typical over, at least on the European side, a lot of trail athletes, particularly trail athletes who are good at vert train through ski mountaineering over the weekends. I think that's where we saw Jim Walmsley a few years ago when he was trying to figure out how to crack UTMB. Thought, you know what, I'm going to do this the European way, I'm going to do this the French way, and I'm going to
move to Ariège-Beaufort.
Exactly. Pick up skiing in the winter, and there's got to be something to that.
Yeah, I mean, it just forces you to like evolve in the mountain environment in harsher conditions, because in the winter you've got like colder temperature, you get snow, you get all this shebang that you could experience in the summer when you go up high, and obviously the poles. The poles is critical, and once again, you know, like men going top 3 at UTMB back in the days, running, and I think it was under or around, I think it was 20 and a half hours. Hiking time was 11 hours.
Wow.
So half the time during UTMB, you're going to be hiking. And then there, I'm talking for the pinnacle, the top athletes.
Yep.
So if you can't hike, you get no shot. You get no chance. And so the fact that, if you can practice in the winter, and it's more tricky as well because you have ski boots, you get skis. So the balance is not quite the same as when you're on your feet. So if you can handle like really good pole technique when you're on skis, then it becomes a whole lot easier when you're trail running.
It's also the downhills, you know, being able to get that workout on the quads. It's so hard to train downhills in the winter on trail because of the snow.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about the amount of hiking, this is why my partner calls me a professional hill walker.
Yep.
I really resent.
And I'm sure he knows that. That's why he's calling you this.
It's nice, Lucille, there kind of running in a little pack with the men. And you can see here, again, just how far out Simon is already on this first climb.
Almost out of the trees and up on that ridge soon. It doesn't look like there's much wind. Oh, yeah, they're on this much steeper section. And look at that. They are still running.
Wow, now here's where I would have broken down into a hike, but at least the top men are going for it, you know, shortening up their stride, but continuing to maintain that running pace even up this steeper section of the climb. Wow, they are 4.2 kilometers in and taking no prisoners.
Wow, that climb is something. Like, you can see it all the way up. So you look up, you're like, okay, we're not done just yet. You gotta just pace yourself, get into climbing. But look at that. There's so much bounce in Simon's stride. He's just cruising.
He's still not using his poles. So
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point.
yeah, I mean, he's at over 2,000 meters already, going up a steep climb, or just over 4 kilometers. That's a 25% gradient. And no switchbacks. I mean, this is going just straight up. And that's only a third of the way into this climb. The climb goes up for 12 kilometers up to the highest point.
Yeah, well, maybe the deal is like, well, you take your poles because you're going to have your poles at CCC, but you just take them for a hike. You just don't use them. Yeah, we'll see that because, yeah, it is definitely one of the steep sections of all the climbs. Again, since this is a test race, maybe a lot of things have been discussed with his coach, who will be crewing him actually today.
Oh, exciting.
On the first crew access, Simon Gosselin will be there helping him out. And then actually, it's going to be his partner who will be at the second aid station. So they're going to split the work.
Bit of a different strategy again to Maud, who apparently is not, has her husband here, but will not be using him for crew, just for moral support and cheering. Now that we've had the second wave go, we now have 771 starters. So there were just over 400 in the first wave, and now almost 800 on the course. Okay, and here we have now the runners at the top hiking, doing this power hike. You can see the steepness of the gradient there from the side. And as you said earlier, Maud, no poles, just classic, it's kind of her signature hunched over power hike.
But again, like from a pace perspective, like she would be just as fast as other runners running on that gradient. And I want to correct myself again because Simon is not going to be crowing Simon Paccard. His coach, it's Greg Jacquet. Greg Jacquet, who's his manager, and will be at the aid station, and then Justine will be at the second aid station to crew for him. So let's hope he doesn't mistake one for the next, and Greg gets a big kiss on the mouth when he leaves the aid station. Like, oh, oops, sorry, wrong one.
Oh, keeps things exciting.
And it's interesting because he keeps looking at his watch, and he reminds me of Peter Engdahl, who was doing that in Monte Rosa when he did the 50K. And maybe there's just really strict instructions on, again, a test race leading into the UTMB World Series final. Like, you can't go above a certain heart rate or feel, or clearly not feel, because see, the watch keeps coming back. So it'll be interesting if we get the chance to pass on questions to the speakers on the finish line, so we can ask Simon that question.
Yeah, runners will use the data from their watch in different ways at different parts of the course. Sometimes they'll look at elevation, sometimes they'll look at heart rate, sometimes they'll look at distance. It really depends on what section of the course and the type of runner.
Look at that. Dylan is right there.
And as we are watching these images of the top men, we are going to a short coffee break, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
Ouais, il y avait une rubalise en travers.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Valais, gravé dans mon cœur.
And we are back with the Trail of Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. We're following the marathon course here today. And we are 27 minutes into the race, following the lead, the top two men. They are 5 kilometers into the course. It's Simon Paccard and Dylan Ribeiro. And they are running together. Dylan is not letting Simon out of his sights. Ooh.
And even...
Are we seeing a pass here?
Yeah, making a bit of a move.
Okay.
Interesting. To be fair, Simon had called it. He's like, if Dylan has a good day, like, man, he's super, super strong. And they obviously know each other, both running for Salomon, if I'm... Oh, but there's a response. There was a response by Simon Paccard, who seemingly was reclaiming the lead.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of this today. Now back here with Maud,
look at those
first woman. Ooh, this is steep. Now we were talking earlier about how just what a prolific racer Maud is. You know, seemingly racing every weekend and winning. You know, back to back to back to back. She was just doing last weekend, I believe. She was just doing the Piramenta, the summer version, which is a team race, 70K with 7,100 meters of climbing over 3 days, which she won, of course. And she's back here, you know, full gas this weekend. I just don't know how she does it.
I don't know, because obviously those climbs are pretty brutal during Piramenta d'été. And the thing is, yeah, I guess it was possibly a bit more money on the line, considering that her sponsor was the main sponsor as well. So,
good point.
you know, as a professional athlete, you will also not go for these easy wins, but you have to make a living out of it. And yeah, there's usually bigger bonuses for races that your own sponsor is also sponsoring.
And this is her prep run for OCC, which she came in 3rd last year. It's an exciting race. Martin and I will be commentating the UTMB finals again this year. Super excited to see just the level of competition every year gets deeper and deeper and faster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it used to be that, you know, you had the big UTMB who was the race, and then, you know, there was 100K and 50K just for people who didn't quite, weren't quite ready for the 100 mile. But now, like, and if you look at the actual UTMB index average, the highest is in OCC.
Is it?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, these are like 3 now proper, well, that's why they actually integrated them into the UTMB World Series finals. It's not one final, but definitely three in the 100 mile, 100K, and 50K. And here we are sending off our third wave with a smile on that gentleman's face. Gotta love it.
In the pack.
Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, there's raclette at the aid station. I'm going.
And now that brings us up to, and climbing, over 900 starters in the race. Let's see if that climbs a little bit more. Talking about raclette, that is also one of the kind of signatures of Valais, of the region. Local legend has it that it was a Valais wine grower named Leon who invented the raclette. Raclette, I think it's based on the French word to scrape. So this is the melted cheese that you scrape and serve over.
And that term is raclette.
Raclette. That's the...
like you finish with ER at the end. So yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, there you go.
You learn things every
Showing
day.
up the French.
It's tough to get smarter, but...
Well, I try as a foreigner. I do try to learn the local culture as I...
Well, as not a foreigner, actually living in Switzerland, I didn't even know that. See, when you speak the language, you get lazy.
Yeah, and the real question is, who really... There's always a fight between who owns some of these cheese cultures between the French and the Swiss. I'm not even going to get into that here because we are following a Swiss race, and raclette is a Valais, Valais tradition, and that's what we're sticking with.
Absolutely. And there we go, back with the women's race, and Maud Matisse leading the charge. No sunglasses at all, as well. It's going to be a stiller day, and just like staring at the sun for, what was that? 5+ hours?
I really feel like she's kind of low. She's a low maintenance runner.
Yeah.
No poles, no glasses, no crew. She's just going out for a run, racing every weekend. Winning every weekend.
The true definition of old school. Love that.
I love it. I love it. And she's got a sense of humor. If you look on her social media, she looks quite serious here in the race, but her social media before the Pyramide was quite nice. A lot of focus on the food, the fueling, bit of dancing before the race start. She's out there not just to win, but to have fun, and that's the whole point of this.
Yeah, and again, as a Swiss runner, she was on the French side in Beaufort, which also is a place of very good cheese. So she was like, "Oh, maybe I'm going to experience a little something."
And they're now running up about 2,200 meters. So, we were making some comparisons at the start of the broadcast between UTMB, between the 100-miler that everyone talks about in the World Series finals. But this race here in Verbier has more vert per kilometer than UTMB. It goes higher in elevation than UTMB. So even though we're just following a 50K race or 50K category race, 43K in actual distance, this is not just a short race in the Alps as a lead up to the UTMB World Series finals. The races in Verbier are known to be quite tough. And the runners, when they come here, they know they're going to get amazing views, amazing trails, but also a real challenge out there.
Yeah, and so we're getting now onto that single track, and they're going to stay on that ridge. There's a few switchbacks coming up, and then they're going to be contouring around the back. And Maud Matisse is leading the charge for that pack of 4.
Those were absolutely stunning. Just gorgeous ridge lines. At some point in the course, they will be getting views of the Grand Combin, which is the highest peak in the valley at 4,135 meters. And the course, I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's on the marathon course that features this long footbridge, this 210 kilometer footbridge that's suspended above a glacier.
You said 210 kilometers.
Not kilometers, meters.
That's a very long bridge.
That would be a very long bridge. Very long bridge.
And you're not allowed to turn back either. Once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, I think that would strike the nerves of most of the
Wow, that'd be daunting.
And an architectural feat.
That too.
Speaking of architect, Marine Quintard, one of our favorites coming into this race from France, is an architect. She calls herself a archithlete.
Archithlete, there we go. That's
Maybe she's going to be designing the 210 kilometer footbridge. There's a good segue from my little flub there. Now we have some images of the extraordinary runners. So wow. Speaking of extraordinary, look at that waterfall.
And I mean, that's a lot of waters coming out. So I wonder if it's a creek or like a torrent, as they say in French, that has been dug through that face of the mountain. I know back in New Zealand they have those kind of things. They used it to bring water to a whole other side.
Yeah, you can actually, I think, see
Yeah,
that
no,
waterfall
you're
on
right.
the right-hand side of the screen there, going into the dam. Now we're back here.
Oh,
with the.
Is that Marie Charlotte? No.
Nope.
No.
These are the extraordinary runners. So we've had 3 waves of runners into this course. Now we are over 1,000 starters to this 50K race. This is the 17th edition of Trail Verbier Saint Bernard. Not necessarily of the 50K course, but of the whole race event. The oldest 100-mile event in Switzerland. It was the first 100-mile. So even though we are following the 50K on the live, of course there are the other distances taking place this weekend, all the way up to the 100-mile. And down to 28K a race. I mean, you can't have better. I know that the forecast shows for storms later today, but you can't have better conditions like this. The birds are chirping. It's sunny. Cool morning to start off. It's in Verbier. It's only 17 degrees, so it'll be a little bit cooler up high, but of course the temperature will creep up as the day goes on.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the only thing if indeed the temperature starts to raise when in that last descent, when they're at the bottom of the valley, actually a few road sections that is going to be a little tougher, a little warmer. The heat will just come off the tar sealed road, and that's going to be hot underfoot.
And the hottest part of the course will be when they do that descent, as I say, to Lortier, which is at the 33-kilometer checkpoint. Here's a bit of a race recap of that start line. Checking out our race leaders, Simon Pacard and Maud Matisse.
Pretty hot start.
Yep. And the course really kind of begs the runners to start out quickly with this wide Jeep track, non-technical start before they hit that quite steep climb uphill.
Yeah, we still Simon Pacard taking it hard, but Dylan Ribeiro sticking with him, and as anticipated on that very long first climb, Maud Matisse taking the lead, but Lucille Germain sticking in second place so far, where she'll probably be waiting a little longer before trying to make a move, and Marine Quintard, as you mentioned, Steph, will be waiting for the first descent to start throwing down. And as we're catching a glimpse of the extraordinary runners, I think we get a quick coffee break coming up as well, or strawberry break in our case, early in the morning, stay healthy. Have a cup of fruits.
Well, you got a carbo load when you're commentating or spectating, just like the runners are. So it takes a lot of energy to follow along, but stay with us and we'll be back with you in a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
When every step counts, precision matters. Vibram grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
All right. We're back with our extraordinary runners in this Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB trail, the 50K distance, 43 kilometers, 3,000 meters of elevation gain, point-to-point race, finishing in the one and only beautiful town of Verbier in Valais, Switzerland. It's going to be a hot day.
Hot day in terms of the race competition and maybe in terms of the temperatures as well. You can see here, among the extraordinary runners, virtually everyone has poles, whereas at the top we did see some of the leaders going without poles, like Maud Matisse. Do we have Batman? I believe we have Batman on the course.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal. We are, if you are just listening to us and you are not watching, please jump on and watch the live stream, because we have someone in full Batman getup, including a mask and a cape.
Wow.
Running on this course.
Oh, yes, so long sleeve, long tights.
And black.
That man's going to get hot.
Woo! He's out to fight crime, shoot up some runners along the way. But, you know, why not? It's not often that you see costumes during the UTMB World Series races, and I welcome them.
Gotta love it.
Parce que tout le monde a le mot gentil chez les supporters. Chez les concurrents, ils se demandent si tu n'as pas perdu un pari.
This is like what the beauty of you know, having such an outfit is like, well, everybody's cheering for you. Like from the sideline, everybody's like, oh yeah, Batman, which we just did.
We did.
And he said, you competitors are like, oh, okay, what are you doing? Like, did you lose a bet or something? But yeah, enthusiastic and spirits were high for Batman. Hopefully he can fly down this descent. That would be a nice trick. And coming up, we do have a bit of a highlight of last year's edition of the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard. Let's take a quick look at it.
Bienvenue à la 16e édition du Trail de Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB en Vendée. Des moments exceptionnels.
You just get a sense of the atmosphere along the course, what the runners are experiencing, but also what the spectators are experiencing as well.
And the start of all races, as you mentioned, Steph, there's plenty of them taking place this weekend.
Look at that. Stunning. Now, we were looking at the course profile earlier, and I think that there was the bridge, the suspension bridge, 210-meter bridge on the course. We were looking at the course profile earlier, and I think it's at 2,772 meters that we were talking about. That's actually, that wasn't the top of the climb. The runners will be going up to 3,000 meters. So even higher than what we had reported before.
Yeah.
The winners last year, again, it was Candice Fertin from France winning in 5 hours, 23 minutes. And on the men's side, Dominique Hohenlittner from Germany in 4 hours, 35 minutes. But yeah, going up above 3,000 meters in a race like this, UTMB, the max that it gets to is just over 2,500 meters, if memory serves me correctly.
Correct.
So,
Yep.
you know, it's quite a good chunk above the elevation at UTMB. And you can see everyone has to bring the same mandatory gear, but there is a difference in the size of the packs. The top runners just get so good at getting the lightest gear, the smallest gear, you know, figuring out exactly what is the least amount of weight that they can take to get them through the course. And so I'm always interested from not just a commentating perspective, also from a runner perspective, you know, just how much of a difference in the size of the packs you can get when everyone is supposed to be carrying the exact same stuff.
And that's the thing, to your point, you mentioned the size,
Yeah.
because obviously the weight element is the first thing that comes to mind, but if it can pack down into very little volume in your back, it's not something that's going to swing at every step. It's just going to be leaning and well packed against your back. So there's, yeah, the weight element, but the volume, as you said, if you can pack it down to as little as possible, it's good. And then, yeah, like some of these runners will be out there for twice as much time as the elite runners. So elite runners be like, okay, well, I need to tick the box of the mandatory equipment. But if it doesn't protect me as much, as long as it fits the requirements, it's fine, because they know they like the chance of actually using it is less than 1%.
Yeah.
As opposed to, you know, all these extraordinary runners who will be there and maybe still out there when, or if those big afternoon storms hit. And then you really want, especially to your point, like being racing at altitude, you really want to have those like waterproof jacket, waterproof pants, because temperature can turn extremely quickly.
Absolutely. And that is the real difference here, the real differentiator for this course. You know, if you're able to finish quickly, you are going to be getting the best conditions. Whereas, unfortunately, it's the ones who are going to be out here the longest that then will be hit with even tougher conditions. And so it'll just become exponentially harder as the day goes on.
Well, you get more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get all weather conditions.
More time on the course.
There you go. So, yeah, I think this is a section of the course where we have very limited reception, where the leaders are currently running. So we're hanging out with the different waves here. As you see, the extraordinary runners just going through. We had a cool chat with Batman. Let's see if we can, I don't know, have further conversation with people in the back.
And if you are following us in the chat,
yeah,
let us know who you are cheering for, where you are tuning in from. We've got we've got a son and father team out there, which is
super cool.
Fun. Mm-hmm.
Who are they?
That would be Louis Van Gil and Jan Van Gil.
There we go.
Son and father. So shout out to them. And then we also have some cheers for Finlay Spence from Scotland and Elliot Kempton from Wales.
All right. Well, it looks like they're going to be looking forward to the back end of the day, more so than roasting in a heat. Midday, out on a course where there's going to be very little tree cover.
And also, speaking of family, we mentioned that Lucille Germain, running in second on the women's side, will be kind of running with her brother is going to be out on the 70K course with her mom and sister crewing.
Oh, here's Batman.
Yeah. Is there Robin on the course as well? Do we have a Robin?
Ouais, là j'ai pas les bonnes chaussures malheureusement.
I did once run a half marathon in Geneva dressed as Angry Bird, which was not very kind of aerodynamic in terms of wind resistance, but it did make for a more relaxed race. I can understand the mentality of Batman because once you put on a costume, it kind of takes the stress out of the race. Although I know there were a few men that I passed dressed as Angry Bird in the half marathon that were not so happy about getting quote unquote chicked. You know,
like that was a proper chick
that was
move.
a proper chick. We're not supposed to use that term anymore, but
chick,
I was dressed as Angry Bird, so they definitely got chicked.
Love it. Yeah, and it's funny, like when you fit, you can throw a half marathon and like dressed as anything and without much training, and you know it's going to be an easy one. I did that, but it wasn't as challenging, I reckon, because I ran in Elvis. So I did had the cape, the wig, the glasses, and everything. But
rhinestones.
It ended up being actually not as hard, and I could still run a decent time. But yeah, there's nothing like throwing a race with like friends and getting dressed up and maybe drinking a little wine at aid stations too.
Don't think we'll be seeing much of that on the Verbier course. But, you know, we do see interesting outfits. It was a couple of years ago at the Wildstrubel race. I think you and I were both commentating the year when we had epic snow.
Yes.
Where we had one minimalist starters wearing what you often see in Europe, but not often on a start line, which was the race Speedo.
The bungee smuggler.
And here we have a bit of a view of that course, of that climb that the runners are going up, this 12-kilometer climb to the highest point in the course, which is over 3,000 meters. Just epic elevation and epic views. Now we'll be taking a bit of a look at some of the best of shots of Val d'Aran by UTMB, which we commentated on last weekend. A really exciting 3 days of live coverage over the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile courses of the UTMB World Series Major. And there we have the 50K with Sarah Alonso coming into the race saying she wasn't sure that she was up for the competition, and then was leading the race from about 2 hours in. I think we were a lot more confident of her skills and fitness than she was ultimately.
Yeah, I think since last weekend she picked up a knee pad sponsor too.
Oh, nice.
Because Sarah, in her true style, had a few dives on the trail. But
epic falls
came out unscattered.
And also saw an incredible performance from Yao Miao in the 100K version.
Despite going blind for a few minutes.
Yep. And unfortunately, the race leader in that race, Hulen, suffered a 1-hour time penalty for receiving unauthorized assistance. It was a mistake that he made at a checkpoint, but unfortunately mistakes they can cost you. He ultimately finished in 6th, but outside of that top 5 prize money.
And did you know that actually his brother was also racing and also got a penalty?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Their parents need to have a word with them.
Yeah. Guys, rules, read them. And there you go. Luca Del Pero taking the big win, and Sarah Alonso in the women's race.
A 100-miler. It was a tough day that Katarzyna Dąbrowska, who will be joining us later as a guest on the live stream. So please stay tuned for that. It'll be interesting to hear from her. She's also raced at Verbier twice, so loves this course, and will be still in her recovery from her win at the 100-mile race last weekend.
And there we go. It looks like we're back with our extraordinary runners, as much as the music is still dramatic. And we've got our mains leader back with Simon Paccard, and it looks like not even 30, 40 meters back. Dylan Ribeiro. Oh, Steph, poles are finally coming out.
Poles are coming out, and we're doing a fast transition here. Now, okay, so he's almost 10 kilometers into this course. So there's just 2 kilometers, just over 2 kilometers left of this climb. But this is an incredible part of the course because they're high altitude, but it's open, expansive views. So you can see exactly who is chasing you in the back.
Oh, okay. So it was a bit of a replay. I thought our friend Simon Paccard has started to run up backwards, but no, that was just playing it back. So that is the interesting part, because if we got it right, Dylan Ribeiro is doesn't have poles, and now that Simon has taken them out,
and I'm just noticing now, actually going through that first timing point, it was actually Dylan Ribeiro and Lucien
Mermion. Yeah, but look, probably through the fiddling around, maybe Simon Paccard did not get checked, because we see it on images. He still went in first, refilled quickly. Maybe that's the person, like at A station. Maybe he's saying like, okay, well, you can carry on, but they didn't. Oh, wow, already water on the head. It is getting hot, hotter than we think, or we thought. But wow, interesting.
That is interesting. So whatever you see on the live, we know from the images that Simon did go through in first.
And so, yeah, again, back to that point. Now Simon has taken the poles out. This is, you're saying, high altitude, but like the last punch, last stretch of that very long first climb, about 2Ks to go. And we've seen it in other races. As soon as somebody takes out the poles on the climb, either they pick up the pace even more, or they go the same pace, but at a much easier effort on the legs. And I think what we're seeing is that what I anticipated is that the gap between Simon Paccard here on the in front of your screen and in the back, Dylan Ribeiro, is increasing, because again, Dylan chose not to carry poles, and so Simon is now opening up a more substantial gap, probably not working much harder.
And the gradient really does kind of increase quite a bit after that last timing point. You can see it on the course profile if you go online to look at the map. Wow, he's taking a little look behind him. He is motoring up this climb. It seems like he feels like the gap between him and Dylan is just a little bit too close for his comfort, and he wants to put some space in between.
Yeah, he's definitely moving up that hill with an intention. And again, if he doesn't want to work too hard running down, he's going to have to make a difference on the up, test the engine, see how comfortable he feels running fast or power hiking fast up that track. And again, you see 2 runners, but this is one of our camera runner up at the front, and Simon Paccard with a white t-shirt is our mains leader at the moment in this Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB 50K, and we're just around an hour elapsed. That is insane. Like he would have covered like what, just under 11 Ks with already like a stupid amount of vert up at altitude.
Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't be able to cover that distance just on flat in the same amount of time.
Amazing.
does give you a sense of just the caliber of athletes coming to this course and the caliber of the camera runners. Last weekend at
Yep.
Belgium ran by UTMB, quite a few of the camera runners had actually come at the top of the podium of the 10K race that I believe was running. So we have talent all around here at the top of the course. And there we are at the 1 hour mark. Simon, continuing to look behind him, checking out that gap, running every little minute that he can, every step that he can break back into a run, he does.
So there we go, 1 hour and just around the 10K mark. So that's like 6 minutes per K, all the way up on average. Knowing the climb is, yeah, it's no joke.
So behind him, we have Dylan Verbier, and 30 seconds behind him, coming through the aid station, was Lucien Marion. And then there's a good 3 minute gap to Maxime Pellichou. And then in fifth, Elia Bongiovanni from Italy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, look who's in sixth.
No, we don't know that yet. He hasn't come through yet.
She hasn't come through yet. All right, all right.
It looks like Maud is in sixth, and I got very excited for a minute, but we're going to have to see when she clocks in.
You get that side looks like,
That would be exciting. That would be very exciting.
And just to give you an update, we are following our men's leader up on the climb to the high point. I think we'll see the Burnett Hut up at Montrogne, the highest point on the course. And because we have only one cam runner on this entire course, on the way up and on the way down, that runner will stop at the top, let the men go through, and then we'll see the descent with the women. So we're splitting our time between men and women. So we're seeing the men on the up and the women on the down.
Perfect. On that down, that is where I expect to see Marine Quinter kind of start to surge and give Lucille Germain and Maud Baptiste a bit of a stress.
Keeping things spicy on the course today.
Marine is, when asked about kind of her best memory or favorite race, it was actually winning the MCC during the UTMB World Series finals last year. She also came in fifth in the Labrador 80K last year. So good race performances, but certainly Lucille and Maud are the strongest ones coming in here in terms of a race resume.
Quick adjustments here from the boss. Always keeping an eye on us to make sure.
Keeping an ear on us.
Yeah. And so again, fantastic shots. And yeah, we said it last weekend. I think it's important that we repeat it, especially when you see these views. We are not shooting those aerial shots from a plane or from a helicopter, but as you can hear, it sounds like it. But this is the magic of audio from the studio. It is indeed images coming from a drone. We're not disrupting the wildlife or burning gallons of gas to provide you with the aerial shots.
Look at that speed. So Simon was running at 7.5 kilometers an hour, a 20% gradient. Those stats there provided by Sunto, with about 300 meters left of elevation to climb before he hits the highest point of this course. And then it's a long descent down. It doesn't mean that there aren't still climbs to go. So there's a descent down to about another checkpoint, timing point at 16K. And then there's another couple little undulating climbs.
Yeah,
before
between
that long descent down to Lothier.
And Kevin de la Poussière, like,
yep.
This is like a roller coaster kind of going across. And I just want to say before we have a quick break that Simon Paquet has now moved ahead of our cam runner, and usually it means that the pace is too hard and our cam runner is starting to drop back. So he's following on all cylinder. We'll be right back after this short break.
stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Verbier grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
And we are back at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course. We are just over 1 hour into this race. It started 10 minutes late, so we started at 7:40 a.m. local time, and we are following Simon Paccard. You can hear that how hard our camera runner is working to stay with our men's leader going up this climb at 22% gradient.
And if you caught a glimpse of that mark on the rock, this is the, how do you say, the visual cues in Switzerland. You have different colors for different, let's say, difficulty. And when you have the blue and white, these are the high alpine, more technical, more difficult trails. And it shows here, it gets airy. It basically is an indication. It's like, hey, if you're not familiar with the mountains, this is maybe not a trail you should be on.
Wow, it is going so fast. When we are nearing 3,000 meters altitude.
He's in shape. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely love seeing this. It's really the audio that gives you a sense of how hard these runners are working and pushing. And, you know, there's still so much of the race course left to go.
Oh, yeah. Like, we're an hour elapsed. So at least another 3.5.
Last year's winning time, 4 hours, 35 minutes. But will we see Simon break that time?
Possibly. You can see on that switchback, gives a quick glimpse to the left to gauge how much ground he's now gained on Dylan Ribeiro.
So we have Maud Matisse has come through that last timing point. Now, if you go on the live website, it shows her in 10th, but she'll actually be in 11th scratch because Simon did not register going through that timing point. But she is close to top 10 scratch.
Oh, and she might just creep into it at a later stage.
Yeah.
Because as we know, women don't tend to fade as much over time as men.
We shine and sparkle as time goes on.
Like a beautiful rainbow in the sky.
Now, interestingly, Lucille Germain, who was running in second, has not yet clocked through that timing point. Now, it could be the same situation as Simon, where she just missed the timing point because now she has.
We have her.
It's just come through, but that means she's 6 minutes behind Maud.
Man, 6 minutes over 10K.
Yep. That's quite a sizable chunk for, you know, just the first 10K of this course.
It's a chunk as much as big as a quarter of a wheel cheese. Can we call it quarters just yet?
It's a couple of raclets.
A couple of bites. And yeah, that's the aerial we're talking about. That's what people come to this race for. the high alpine, the high altitude trails that you don't get to experience very often. But you know, when a race takes place on those trails are secured, and that gives you the opportunity to move across them safely, and being looked after, having aid stations as well along the way. Ah, beauty.
And behind Simon, we have Dylan Ribeiro and Lucien Mermillon, who were 30 seconds apart from one another at the last timing point. As Simon comes to the top of the climb here, hopefully we will get him at least registering with a timing point, so then we'll be able to understand exactly what the split is when Dylan comes through.
And if you like technical terrain, give us a thumbs up in the chat. This is the Swiss mountains of Valais at their best. Up into thin air, to the great despair of our camera runner right now. He's like, man. And as we were telling you, he's running up with the men, and he will be running down with the woman. So his day will only be half done once he gets to the top. He says, allez, pack for Paccard, Simon Paccard. Right now, the silhouette disappearing in the skies.
Only the drone can chase him.
Here we go. Nice takeover from the production. Man, he's solid. I'm almost worried. I'm like, man, do you want to be peaking right now if your main race is in another month and a half time?
I wonder how this differs from his training, his lead up to CCC last year. You know, because this is an athlete with, you know, absolutely the ability. I mean, he's shown us that he's podiumed at very competitive races, but he didn't perform at CCC the way that I'm sure he would have expected coming in 19th place. So coming back to CCC this year, I'm sure he'll be going for a podium.
So there we go. It is not Dylan anymore in second place. And again, polls probably have made a difference. Lucien Mermillon from Team Rossignol is now in second place.
Wearing quite a cool outfit.
Yeah.
It's bringing some style to these Valais trails. And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen that difference between where Simon is and Lucien chasing him up this climb. And we'll see that distance spread as Simon crests the top and is able to break out into a faster run.
Wow. He's actually right there.
Whoa.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucien Mermillon has really made a big push on that climb, and this is now understandable why we saw Simon Paccard look over his shoulders, just because someone was coming in hot, and he would have obviously recognized that it wasn't a white T-shirt from Dylan Ribeiro. So wow, this is a big move here. Big move by the French runner, Lucien Mermillon, closing on Simon Paccard.
And look at that gradient. That's close to 60% gradient. And they're going straight up. That's incredible. You do not see gradients like that in races.
No, not very often indeed. I mean, here you look back, you fall backwards. Mm-hmm. And again, those marks, white, blue, white of the highest, most technical high alpine train in Switzerland. And for people who love technical, these are the signs you want to be on this side of your trails. Like, yep, I'm exactly where I need to be. Look at that.
You can see Lucien, really just hiking there, just on the balls of his feet, on his toes, because of the steepness of the gradient. And he's really keeping up with Simon.
Oh, he's closing. And I guess maybe that was part of his plan. But when you see you're closing on first place, you're just like, okay, you just keep pressing. Keep the pedal on the gas.
He's on the hunt.
He definitely is. He's getting to, again, this highest point in the 43K course, Mont Rogneux. Iconic summit for people of the valley. And also a very popular place in ski touring in the winter, where usually you access from the Burnet hut.
Yeah, it's good to point out because everyone knows of Verbier, quite well known, quite international. But there are so many good hills, good mountains, good ski resorts, and backcountry trails to discover in this area. You can't go wrong.
All right, team, in the chat, give us some cheering for our camera runner who's now working extremely hard to keep up with our front runners and possibly give us images of a potential pass in the men's race. Well, Lucien Mermillon is closing the gap on Simon Paccard. Simon, who's been leading the race from the start. And now on that steep technical section, even though we saw Simon moving extremely well, we didn't quite realize how strong Lucien Mermillon was pushing to close that gap. And there we go. The elastic has broken. Our cam runner is going to sit there and wait for third place in the men's race, who will most likely be, because we caught just a glimpse of it, Dylan Ribeiro. And again, he's just going to walk at a more human pace until the first woman catch him, and then we'll be rolling down the other side with the women's race.
And we now have almost 1,500 runners. It's just as the waves have started and gone through, the stats have updated. So 1,472 starters on this course. 53 of those have passed that first timing point at 10K, with our race leaders heading up to the highest point of the course at 12 kilometers in. And that's Simon Paccard being hunted down.
Oh, yeah.
By Lucien Mermillon.
I'm just watching. It's like, is he going to close the gap? Because admittedly, like, Simon Paccard was moving well, but like, was he moving full throttle? And does he have another gear that if Lucien Mermillon is trying to go ahead, is he going to respond or is he going to let it happen? And here we see in third place, Dylan Ribeiro, no poles. And so you can see like he has to scramble his way up. So again, an indication of how steep the terrain is, but also, you know,
got to be at a disadvantage not having poles at this section. I'm wondering if he is kind of regretting his decision not to bring poles. But yeah, you can see he's using his hands quite a bit to pull himself up the steep climb. And really we can see not moving at the same kind of intensity, the same kind of pace as our two lead men, who both have poles.
Yeah, and all the work is being done by the legs, which means he's also like blowing matches on this way up, while Simon and Lucien are saving a little bit their legs by using a whole upper body strength with the poles. So it looks like as much as Lucien was closing on Simon, now they seem to be maintaining that gap. So maybe he just wanted to close the gap and be in contact, as opposed to really pass and try to open a gap. So I don't know if we're going to have a bit of a replay of that, but it sounded like there was a bit of a slippage for Dylan Ribeiro on the way up, but obviously quickly handled and back on track. But man, oh man, this is a steep section. I'm glad we have images here with Dylan, because it really shows.
My heart rate has gone up just watching this. I really get a sense when you see Dylan kind of using all fours. He's on all fours, scrambling his way up this steep climb. What an amazing way to start a 50K race. And they still have so much ahead. You know, we'll see how these poles, you know, being able to transfer some of the energy and the load, you know, to the upper body, how this will help to save the legs for these top two men on the descent.
And then the feeling you get once you get to the top, to that ridge, 360-degree views, drops on all sides. You're like king of the mountain.
Surrounded by incredible peaks, including Grand Combin at 4,135 meters, highest peak in this valley. We are seeing just some epic performances here from the athletes and the camera hikers at this point.
Camera strugglers. And then imagine, because you were quoting it, how many nationalities altogether have come
74.
74 nationalities. So there's got to be people coming from countries where there's little to no mountains. And imagine them finding themselves on this super high alpine terrain. Like you can see that ridge now. Man, they're going to have the time of their lives.
You know, and this altitude is no joke. You know, being able to deal with altitude, it varies from person to person. You know, it's not just about the training, but, you know, even for people who live in the mountains, it's difficult to be able to get high altitude training. Even we're now in July, so the snow has been gone for maybe about a month at the high passes, but that's not a ton of time to get accustomed to this high altitude. Of course, when runners are coming into UTMB World Series finals, they've got a whole other month, but this is still early-ish for high altitude racing, I have to say. I have been known to use my pass in Chamonix and go up the Aiguille de Midi, which is at close to 4,000 meters, and just run up and down the stairs in the at the aid station.
That would be quite a sight for all the tourists coming out. It's like, did you forget something? Oh no, you're going back up. Did you forget something again?
You got to get the altitude training where you can.
Wow, that would be a good shock to the system running at 4,000. It's, you know, in all the high altitude protocols, you stay up high, but then if you can't be up high and you just have like a little recall every once in a while and to tell the body, hey, remember, that's how it feels.
Or you do the poor man's or the poor person's altitude training, which is heat training.
Yes.
So, you know, there's a lot of benefits to heat training, going in a sauna, training with a heat suit. All of these types of things can make all of these adaptations in your blood, which can actually help you at altitude as well. Little tip. Oh, and here we have, is that Simon at the
cresting
top? Cresting the top at over 3,000 meters, around 3,080 meters. Okay. Yep, we actually have now an update on the timing point. So the timing point is just before the top of the peak. So we had Simon Paccard go through at 9:02, so 1 hour 22 minutes into the course, and 2 seconds behind him was Lucien Mermillon. So they are really neck and neck, exactly. And then about a minute behind them is Dylan Ribeiro. And we will be waiting to see Maxime Pelichou come through next. And looking forward to an update on the women's side. Yeah, I suspect that the rest of the women after Maud and Lucille have just not clocked through at that first timing point. Either that or there really is quite a big gap, because we still only have 2 women that have crossed through at the actually officially clocked through. For the first
Officially,
time.
yeah. Okay.
So I suspect it could be the same as what we saw with Simon.
Oh, there we go. We've got now activity on the live. Love it. So we are supporting Coman Jonas, Felix, Pierre de Thibault. Hans is just giving us a shout out. Thank you.
Welcome back, Hans.
Tom is cheering for Olga, Alice Gute, and cheering for Nick Stewart from the beaches of Noosa, Queensland, Australia. Yeah, that is indeed a terrain that is very different, going to be very different for him. Although, you know, in UTMB World Series, there are a few races in Australia that take the runners up some mountains in Thredbo for Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB, as well as the UTA Ultra Trail Australia in the Blue Mountains, which was the Oceania Major earlier this year.
And we've got a question in the chat. Has the 45 to 49 women's category departed the start line yet? The different start waves are not based on age, because as we have seen, you know, age does not actually mean that you are slower. We had 3 start waves, I believe, this morning. The second start wave started 15 minutes behind the first. I think the third wave started another 15 minutes behind that. But the start waves, it's determined by your UTMB index. So your UTMB index is a score that you get. The more races you do, the more data there is. If you haven't done a race that gives you a scoring, that gives you an index, then you would start in the third wave, in the last wave.
Yep.
So it's based on your past race performances, and that determines where you go. So it's all different ages, can be in all different waves. But yes, all of the waves have started for this 50K marathon course.
And so now we have a 2 men's leader with this super cool drone shot, like coming off the mountain. And both look very comfortable on those technical section. Simon Paccard leading the way, but Lucien Mermillon, another Frenchie, has closed the gap now, and they're both running together. And here we are with third place, Dylan Ribeiro. Oh, slipping once again. It doesn't look like there's much thread on Dylan's shoes. It looks like the Salomon Glide, actually, which is almost a training shoe, gravel shoe. So taking gravel shoes up ridge lines, I love that. Love that. Absolutely love that.
Bold. And I think that is a Vieux Grand Colbin in the background.
And we are now sitting above 3,000 meters at the top of Moronieux.
Wow.
3,084 meters. And dropping down on the other side, and look at that.
I feel privileged to be here in the studio, but I gotta say, I really wish I was out on these trails with the runners right now.
Oh, yeah. We'll get there.
This is the place to be. Yeah. That's why I learned my lesson this year for the UTMB World Series Finals. I'm racing at the beginning of the week so that I don't have any FOMO when I go into the studio. I will be happy to sit down.
Exactly. You'll be coming into the studio with sore legs and a happy heart.
Exactly. Hopefully.
Here we go. 4th place, maybe. Oh, what's going on here? Bit of a chat. Interesting. I believe the first runner we saw through was Paul Buret. Maybe. It was a quick glimpse.
Okay, so on the men's side, we've had the top 5 men go through the timing point at Ronio.
And it was Ilya
Bongiovanni. And it is tight at the top of the men's field. As opposed to on the women's side, Maud already had a 6-minute lead over Lucille. And wow, it's interesting. The algorithm is really having that gap widen quite a bit in terms of expected time.
I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
See if that indeed translates into an almost 26-minute lead at the next checkpoint. But there you go. At the first one, we've pointed out for you already. They were all in a nutshell at the top. Simon Paccard, Lucien Mermignon, and Dylan Ribeiro at the very top. Top of the world.
So now as the women continue up that climb, up to the highest point, the men's leaders will now be doing that first ascent. There will be a timing point now. It's about 4 kilometers to the next checkpoint at 16, or at least timing point. Yeah, at 16 kilometers. And we see we're waiting for an update on the women's side. We think that some of them just haven't clocked through at the last timing point. So hold your breath. We will get an update as they come to the top of the following climb. But as expected, Maud Matisse in first, and my pick for today, Lucille Germain in second. We're going to a short coffee break. Stay with us. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon. C'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
So nice. Try imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back, everyone, at the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course. Started at 7:40 local time. And we have been watching these incredible images of the leading men going past the highest point in this course at over 3,000 meters. And do we have images there? Yes, that is Maud Matisse. Woo! I think they're in the white top and white pack with the black shorts.
Kind of at the center of your screen. And she's about to take on this last section of the climb, the switchback in the most technical part.
She has passed through that timing point. There is a timing point that's before the actual peak of the climb. And she's gone through there just 1 minute ago at 9:13. So just to give you a sense, so that was 1 hour and 33 minutes in, whereas Simon Paccard, so she's about 11 minutes behind Simon Paccard, the leading man.
Dang. Moving.
She is moving, and she is now 8th overall.
We called it.
11th. She was 11th before, and now she's top 10 scratch.
She's already broken into the top 10.
Way to go, Mud. I don't know how she does this. I say this with awe. I don't know how she does this weekend after weekend after weekend, just racing full gas. It's not like, none of these look like training races, even though she said this is a training race for OCC. But she's also a mom of 2. And this is someone with a very full life. She was a a nurse before kind of going pro on the running side. So just incredibly talented.
And look at those big rock walls. And a testament of how hot this summer has been. The lake, like the high altitude lake levels are quite low. We saw it in another lake in Émousson at the border with Switzerland and France. And the very top of the climb, Montrogneux, is where we're expecting Maud Matisse to be in about 5-6 minutes, perhaps.
And the top of that climb is actually over 3,000 meters. That is, 11.4K into the course.
And as promised, right now we only have drone shots, but at the top, our cam runner is waiting for Maud, waiting for the lead woman, and we'll be following her on the backside as she will make her way down. And our cam runner will probably drop back to catch the second and possibly third. But if that is the case, he's going to have a little bit of a picnic because it looks like there's already a bit of a gap between first and second.
So interesting to see there. You know, Simon started off so strong, had a pretty good gap, but then really got caught up on that climb there. And wow, you can see Maud there scrambling up this incredibly technical, rocky, high altitude trail. Now, she did say that she's dreading the descents. So I imagine in her head, she's thinking, let's push as much as we can up these climbs. This is where I'm strong, and see if I can hold on these descents. So wanting to put as much space in between her and Lucille and Marine Quintard, whose strength is on the descents.
And in the meantime, the chat is very much alive, and Anne is cheering for everyone. Go Mighty Muppets! Love it. Cruzy is the best. Junkies Ensemble. Probably a few references that I don't have, but love to see them coming. And we're being told D. Cruz has a great chance of winning this, but we don't know what this is. Is it the race? Is it a contest? Is it a costume challenge? Could D. Cruz be our Batman?
Daniel Cruz. Mile Junkies is his team.
There we go. Good chance of winning this. I think the chance is slim now. He's in 54th position.
Don't have him through a timing point yet.
He might have gone through, like he might have started in a later wave.
You never know, though. You never know. Speaking as someone who's won a race from the third wave, don't count them out.
Don't bring back controversy here. And there we go. Maud Matisse absolutely cruising on that ridge line. Doesn't get much better than that. And as much as she was dreading the descent, she is looking pretty comfortable here, running across that ridge before dropping down. And she's still attacking that section. Yeah. She is not cruising at all.
And the fact that she didn't have poles, you know, unlike what we saw with Daniel Ribeiro on the men's side, it didn't affect her at all. And now she hasn't had to faff with having to put her poles away and put them in her pack. She's just continuing to carry on. You know, and it actually comforts me a bit to know that a runner like her is also someone who dreads descents. But for someone who was really not looking forward to this section, she is doing not too badly with her footwork there.
Yeah, and in those kind of sections with a lot of rocks,
yep.
Most of them they're pretty stable, but the kind of scree, like kind of
it's brutal
dust in the middle makes it super slippery. So either you engage and you're going in full confidence, bent over a little bit, and make sure your forefoot is where your load is, just because as much as it's counterintuitive, like when there's a big gradient, you want to lean forward because if you're actually holding back and therefore more on your heels, if your heels slip, you're on your bum.
Yep.
While if you're in your forefoot, all of a sudden you can have a slip, then you land on your heels and you have a second point of contact that could stabilize you a little better.
It's very counterintuitive. It's hard to lean into the downhill, lean into the hills, but certainly something that that Maud Matisse will know well. And we are going to show a little recap of her finish at OCC last year. She was third at OCC last year, and she is using this as a prep run to return to OCC this year, obviously hoping, I'm sure, to better her third place position.
赛道改了以后，其实我感觉是在22公里的时候，我们没有补水站，然后在那一段。
And the person you could hear it was the finish line interview of last year's OCC winner, Yao Miao. So it was a bit of a reference, but indeed on the images was Maud Matisse in the streets of Chamonix.
Yao Miao, who we saw take on Valderrama by UTMB, the 100K course, by storm last weekend, finishing 8th scratch, first overall. She was as high as 6th or 7th scratch in the race, but had some vision problems at the checkpoint Artis right before the last climb. Whoop. A little bit of a wrong turn there. It's hard to see where the course is on terrain like this. You really have to stay
alert,
stay focused. Yeah. To figure out where the flags are, where's that terrain. You can kind of read the rocks sometimes, but when you're kind of focused on putting your feet, one foot in front of the other and not falling over. To also have to follow the course when you don't have a person in front of you to follow can be a disadvantage.
That is a super cool ridge line.
Yeah. I'm in trouble because last weekend commentating Valderrama, I said that I wanted to run the race next year instead of commentating, and now I want to run this one as well. I don't know if I can. Maud could do that. Maud could race back-to-back weekends, but I don't think that's in my repertoire.
Well, you're just gonna have to stick to shorter distances, maybe.
Never. And look to see if we've got a little update on the women's side on timing points. Has Lucille gone through the checkpoint? She has not.
Okay. The gap is at least holding.
Yeah, we've got it's widened now to probably at least 10 minutes. We will check on that after this short coffee break. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Fast time, Billy. The bird is so nice.
Here we go, still on that ridge, cruising in what something looks like trail running paradise after climbing the highest point in the race. Monrogneux above 3,000 meters. Maud Matisse is cruising, making I would say pretty good good ground on this technical section. And as much as see how she can just really switch into a faster running stride as soon as she hits a little bit of a single track. Yeah, the minute it gets less technical, she's really sending it, which is an interesting indication. Maybe it confirms that on technical, she's like, I'm not going to take any risk.
Yep.
I'm just going to go my own pace, not too crazy, not take chances. And then as soon as it gets rolling, I mean, multiple champion and record holder at CRC now, which, is a very fast race. And so she shows here that indeed, as soon as the trail gets rolling and opens up, yep.
Whoop. She is just a really fun runner to follow in terms of style and technique. I mean, she's got so much energy up the climbs, but you can tell she isn't as confident on the descents. But in her head, you can tell the constant messages, go faster, go.
And so this is with Dylan Ribeiro, and this might be a replay of the bit of a slippage.
Either that or just a slow-mo of hiking uphill.
Going into the sun. Yeah.
Whoa. Dominating. And we still don't have
Oh la la.
any of the women clocking in yet behind her.
There we go. One man passing mode on that little downhill. That's going to be good if she can hold on to it, because she's going to open up, pick the best line. Obviously, that man is looking very comfortable, and see, he's cutting a little bit that switchbacks, and then she makes the same move. Obviously, she needs to be careful and not stretch it too much, but that is always helpful to have someone ahead of you who's very comfortable, picks the best trajectory, so you just go in cruise control, don't think too much about it. Oh man, look at that. We're back on the climb, so we might be with the second place woman, unless it's a replay.
I hope so. Yep, we are
There
indeed.
we go.
So that is Lucille Germain. She was 8th at Zagama this year. She had to DNF at the World Short Trail Championships due to an injury, but was selected for the French ski mountaineering team, which should definitely help her. That kind of a background should help her with climbs like this. Coming into the race, she said she couldn't wait to follow Maud, which is indeed what she's doing.
Yeah.
And she knew that she would, this is her strongest part, the technical parts. Maybe even when she said she was looking forward to the technical parts, if that holds for the downhill as well as the uphill, then maybe she'll be able to gain a bit of time. Lucille is worst at the flats. So these sections that Maud can really kind of push forward on, Lucille will probably lose some time on.
And but it's a good place mentally for Lucille, as you were saying. Her family's there, and in the winter she's a Nordic skiing instructor, and coming back here to Verbier reminds her of her Chamonix-Zermatt traverse that she once did, calling it beautiful and wild. Wild it is indeed. And so her mother Patricia, sister Leah, and agent Alexis will be out crowing for her, leaving behind her brother racing the 70K alone.
Poor guy. But yeah, as long as Lucille finishes in good enough time, they can switch over and crew the brother.
But again, I feel like on that technical section, and you can see that it's pretty long because Maud is still in it. I feel like this is where Lucille could make time. Oh yeah, see, on Matisse.
Indeed.
Because she's been for years in the Skyrunner World Series circuit, and she's loving the technical races. Like has won at the Hurkenich Sky Race, the Monterey Zerbion Sky Race, Madeira Sky Race. So this is going to be her jam. Like that section, we could see Lucy close a little bit that big gap between her and Maud Matisse. So hopefully our cam runner will stop, drop back, maybe even run back to catch Lucille on that section, and we could gauge and have visual on compare basically Maud Matisse and Lucille Germain on that technical section.
And it is a 10-minute gap between the two of them. So 6 minutes at the checkpoint before, now 10-minute gap between Maud and Lucille.
Wow.
And we are waiting for the rest of the runners. And it looks like it's updated now. It's no longer Marine Quintard, Marie Charlotte Iratzoki. Merci.
So who's definitely
third,
back in the game?
Orsini in fourth, and Amandine Dilster in fifth. Bit of a switch up, but it's still early on. Maud, our leading woman, is just 14 kilometers into this 43-kilometer race.
It's crazy, like on those sections, like a bit faster, but still like a few rocks to dodge. Like Maud is moving super fast, but does not look comfortable. Like he looks like whoa, he's just catching herself, and like she's defying gravity.
Yeah, you can just see her brain. It's sending like constant messages firing to her legs. Go, 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 go.
That's the It doesn't look super smooth, but man, she's still moving.
Yep. For someone who dreads descents, she is certainly giving this a huge effort. But yeah, you can see she's not as comfortable, even just
finding the line.
When you're concentrating so much on where you're putting your feet, you really lose the sense of where the trail is. And it's the more comfortable you are in a technical descent, the more you're able to lift your eyes up and look ahead to make sure that you know where the trail is in front of you, and you're not just constantly reacting to the next couple of feet.
Exactly, and then when you're able to do that, you can also pick the best trajectory, because like she's doing right now, you could be on the track, or be like, hey, if I actually shoot straight now because I know that 10 meters away I'm going to be back on the trail, then that's when you're like excellent at technical running, and you make the best decisions when you come to choosing your line, and like also reducing momentum. You know, if there's big turns and if you can go straight, you don't need to pull yourself left and right, but just keep flowing.
Okay, now we've got an update on the timing points at the high pass. So Maud Matisse and Lucille are 10 minutes apart, but then we have 8 minutes behind Lucille is Marie Charlotte Iratzoki, and then behind her, just 30 seconds, is Blondine Orsini. And that's our top 4 so far. Blondine's already got a couple of wins last year, actually, in a 50K category and looks like a 100K category race. And Marie, we were saying earlier, is a 5th place specialist, now running in 3rd. Also, French ski mountaineering background.
What a long descent.
She'll go through a timing point in about 1.5 kilometers, and then still have a little bit more of a descent before a climb, a descent, a climb, and then the long descent down to Lortier. Now, Lortier, this is a place, it's 33 kilometers into the course, but was hit really hard by floods in 2024. That basically cut off the area for months, and stabilization work is still ongoing. It did affect, I think, the original marathon course, but just something for us to be aware of as the runners traverse down into town.
Man.
Still a ways away yet.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, Maud Matisse, your women's leader in the Trail Verbier Seminar 50K. Quick break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Fast every The bird is so nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back at Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course. And wow, the top men crested the highest point of the course at over 3,000 meters some time ago and have gone through the checkpoint at that first descent. So looking at the updated timings, Lucien Mermillon, our race leader, and seconds behind Simon Paccard. So we saw Lucien overtake Simon Paccard on the climb. And then in third, Dylan Ribeiro, now 5 minutes behind. So a 5-minute gap on the descent, was not able to make up the time that he lost on that climb.
I did suspect that we were talking about this, like Lucien was coming back strong, and was Simon going to hold on or try to keep like in contact, which he is like 28 seconds back. But it looks like these two have started to duke it out, which left Dylan a little bit further back, and also Dylan not using poles for that whole climb probably left a few feathers on that climb, and it came to the top a little bit more cooked than the first two gentlemen.
But following Dylan, not too far away, another 30 seconds behind at the last checkpoint was Elia Bongiovanni from Italy. So a close race between first and second and between third and fourth on the men's side. We are following Maud Matisse leading the women's side, coming up to the checkpoint. We can see it there on the screen. She is motoring uncomfortably on the technical descent, but she is motoring. She had about 10-minute lead, just a bit over a 10-minute lead at Rognon.
And getting to the aid station, she's getting the flasks out because, as you pointed out, Steph, she doesn't have crew.
Yep.
and will be doing her own crowing. So basically picking up whatever she can find at aid stations. She might be carrying some of her fuel, like having the flask pre-filled with the powder and add water to it.
And she was running in 8th scratch, but we saw she was passed by one man on the descent. And I suspect when her timing chip is updated, we'll see her in 9th scratch. And she's off.
I believe that's what happened because the fluid in her flat looked a bit orange, and she was filling it with water. So she might have had that like powder in her flask. But that was a quick transition, I gotta say. Like, I don't know what she was chewing on. She would have grabbed something very quickly, put it in her mouth, and then as she was chewing away, refilled her flask with water, and off she was. Yeah, man, that's already a big gap.
So 2 hours into the 50K course now. It started 10 minutes late due to the late arrival of some of the runners. There we see the famous suspension bridge. This is a 210-meter suspension bridge over a glacier. It had to be put in place just due to the climate change, receding glacier, unfortunately. So this is the safest way now to get across that part, but beautiful part of the course. Okay, now Maud Matisse is now, the timing chip is updated. So she's now still running top 10 scratch, but she's dropped from 8th to 10th. So she lost 2 spots overall on that descent, which I think was probably to be expected. It's not her strong suit.
Yeah, and it was a combination of both descent and technical terrain, which is like a double negative for Maud, as much as, you know, she was still moving extremely well. It would be interesting to see. Like, so it was a 10-minute gap with Lucille, and Lucille supposedly is much stronger on those technical descents. So we'll see if that gap has shrunk to less than 10 minutes, or despite being her strength, Maud Matisse is still flying and opening up a bigger gap.
Now we're getting a bit of a recap of the start of the race this morning. So you can see the first wave of the race as the elites were nervously and excitedly bouncing from foot to foot. It was a fast start from the beginning. This kind of wide Jeep trail with a bit of a descent right off the bat, but then they go into a long climb uphill. Maud Matisse leading from the start, followed by Lucille Germain, who was excited to be chasing Maud and kind of knew that that's where she would be sitting in the course. We had Simon Paccard really just head out quite strong. Ended up putting on a bit of a gap. And Batman. We did see Batman make an appearance on the course today. Now, despite the lead and the gap that Simon had tried to put in at the beginning, he was caught by Lucien Mermillon on the climb, both of them using poles, but the two of them put a gap on Dylan Ribeiro, who did not bring poles for that climb, and that did hurt him. Lucien then surging into the lead. Simon not far behind. So the two of them are jockeying back and forth. Maud Matisse was able to stretch her lead from about 6 minutes at the first timing point to 10 minutes at the top. Struggling a little bit on the descent, both with staying on course, staying on her feet. But it is not affecting her speed too much. She was an 8th scratch at the top, and then now dropping back to 10th. If you're following along, jump into the chat. Tell us who you're following, where you are coming in from, and there is a poll.
Ooh.
Which runner will take the win in the marathon?
I love a good poll.
For the men's side. Simon Paccard, Lucien Mermillon, Dylan Ribeiro, or Davide Quiroz.
Oh, and Larber is in the chat, and I want to say this, like, before everybody gets angry. That is coming from a second degree humor. Commentators, you will rue the day you disrespected Cruz's mighty powers. He's a quicker than Usain, stronger than Arnold, and better looking than Brad.
We're here for it.
He's the chosen one, and he shall win this race.
We're here for it, you know? Whatever. Anything anything can happen.
We
And of
definitely
course,
root for the dark horse.
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
So we'll
I'm all
keep an
for the
eye on
dark
him.
horse.
We'll keep an eye on him. Thanks for the heads up and beautifully put together message. We certainly appreciate that. I'll put
And
a
of
little
course,
heart
the
on it.
top 3 winners from the men's and the women's side at this race today will get a direct entry to the UTMB World Series Finals next year. So basically, if you get in the top 3 in the 50K category race, you get a direct entry to OCC, which is the 50K category in the UTMB World Series Finals. And then if you get top 3 in the 100K race here, you get direct entry to CCC in the UTMB World Series Finals. And finally, in the 100-mile category, that gives you direct entry to UTMB, the full 100-mile loop around France, Italy, Switzerland next August. Now, many of the top runners here already have secured their entry. They already have their plans for UTMB next month. So this is really setting things up for a whole year from now. But that is the way that you can kind of bypass the lottery to get into UTMB World Series Finals. The normal way to get into the race is by earning running stones. Now, basically, each running stone that you earn, which you can collect through races, different distances in the UTMB World Series, gives you different amounts of stones. And
So 20K, 1 stone, 50K, 2 stones, 100K, 3 stones, 100-mile, 4 stones. And all you got to do is cover the race from start to finish. There's no specific time. If you make it before the cutoff, you collect the stones.
Correct. And in the UTMB World Series majors, there's 1 per region. So 4 UTMB World Series majors, you get double the amount of running stones. And that's what makes them particularly popular and particularly competitive. Now, each stone is like a ticket in the lottery. Yeah. So when you go to enter the UTMB World Series finals, it's a lottery. You don't know if you're going to get a place or not. And that's why these top runners want to get that certainty by getting top at one of the UTMB World Series races. In a race like Verbier, it's top 3. In the World Series majors, it is the top 10. So these are the different ways that you can get into UTMB, into the finals in Chamonix in August.
And actually, in the majors, in addition to the top 10 men and women for all 3 distances, the 50K, the 100K, the 100 miles, the age group winners actually also punch their automatic entry into the corresponding distance in the final, which means that for every major, there's up to 210 automatic entries. So if you're...
Age division winners in actually the non-major races also get direct entry.
Is that a fact?
It is, because I got one from Trail 100 Andorra a few weeks ago. I was 6th overall, but just, quote, an age division winner, and I got a direct entry.
So my question is, was it because of your age group or because of your UTMB index in that finish line that was above that threshold that got you that entry?
I believe it was because I was an age division winner. I think the only difference between, and correct us in the chat, we can also fact check ourselves, but I think the only difference between the UTMB World Series races and the majors are that it's top 10 instead of top 3. But I think age division winners do get in. I could be wrong. I'm getting a side eye here. I'm getting a side eye here from my test.
Otherwise, that would make the final of UTMB World Series like a 10,000 runners per race.
That is true. I wonder how I got that direct entry. Then never mind. We will keep that secret.
We'll look into it because again, there was this thing we were talking about guaranteed entries, which is the top 3 for normal races and the top 10 in majors. But just to make sure that elite athletes do not shy away from very deep fields, like if they score a UTMB score above a certain number and they're not in the top 3, they still get the qualification. Meaning that if they chose to come to a very competitive race and they missed the top 3, but they ran a very strong race, very strong performance, then they just need to write to the sports commission and then they will get in. So they don't call it the automatic entry, but again, the level of performance dictates that you also could get in despite not being in the top 3. That I know for sure. And you can look on the UTMB.world website, the platform, and you'll find somewhere, I think it's on the runner and elite, the different threshold that you need to hit And they actually are obviously different from men and women, but also different from distances. So it's a lower UTMB score that you need to score in 100 mile, and then it's a little higher in the 100K, and it's a little higher in the 50K. Here we go.
I think I'm gonna give this one to you. I don't know how I got my direct entry, but I think it is only in the World Series majors that the age division winners get in. So we will just keep that a secret. As we are looking on our screen, we see Lucille Germain coming in to the aid station in second place, doing another quick transition. She is in and out in 20 seconds. Now let's check her timing to see just how far back she was from Mud.
Super cool, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
So she is, okay. So she's still running about 10 minutes. Is 11 minutes behind. So
wow.
Holding that same gap, that same pace.
But I thought she would be closing that gap because again,
Yeah.
she's been on the Sierra World Series for a long time. That descent was technical. That was her jam. Technically, this is where on paper she should have made time on Maud Matisse. But the gap that went from 10 minutes to 11 minutes means like she still lost a minute on that section. Dang. Oh yeah, there we go. So these are the scores. I think people would be interested in that. Go ahead. So when you're not in the top 3, which are the automatic entries, go ahead.
Okay, so qualification with UTMB score. We are demystifying this for ourselves and for everyone else as we talk through this. So another way that you can get in is with your UTMB score. So in addition to the top 3 qualifications for events and the top 10 for the World Series majors, all the runners who obtain a UTMB score higher to or equal than a certain amount, depending on the race category, will qualify for the UTMB finals. So in the 50K, for women, it's a UTMB index score of 690. In the 100K category, 675. And in the 100-mile, 615. For the men, it's 840 for the 50K, 820 for the 100K, and 780 for the 100-miler. So there we go. Now we have understood it. These are the different ways that you can get into the UTMB World Series finals.
And so indeed, it means that when you're a competitive runner and you're at a race hoping to qualify and you see you're outside of the top 3, don't let go of the gas pedal, because again, if you cross the line and you score a UTMB score higher than what you mentioned, you're in.
Which, I wasn't thinking of when I was running the race, so it was a nice surprise. So there you go. Age division winner or top 10 at a UTMB World Series major, top 3 men and women for UTMB World Series event, or you get a UTMB index score that is above a certain level that qualifies you for direct entry to the finals. And the final way is through the lottery. So earning those running stones. So picking up those lottery tickets, you get 1, 2, 3, or 4 running stones in the UTMB World Series events, depending whether you do the 20K, 50K, 100K, or 100-miler, and double the amount of running stones in the World Series majors. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the UTMB World Series, different ways to get into the finals. I hope that has helped you. It's helped me.
And there's no cap to it as well, meaning that, if you really want to get in and you do, let's say, 100-mile at a major, you get 8 stones. But then if you do another 100-mile at another race in the UTMB World Series, you add another 4 to it. So you end up 12 stones, and so on and so forth. So if you're really committed, I remember we did the math. I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. If you, they did an average of who got in, and the threshold was 13 stones. If you had 13 stones, statistically speaking, you were getting in.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But this was previous years. I think the demand is now even higher. And because there's so many more events across the world, then it gives a chance for more people to get running stones, so the chance to put their name in a hat. But obviously, then it makes it more competitive to get in.
And I just love the fact that age division winners are given a chance to go to the World Series finals, because because it just increases the diversity, the depth, and it makes sure that runners who are older or maybe even on the younger side and still coming into the sport and not having developed the experience yet, get a chance to experience what it's like to run in UTMB. I ran my first UTMB finals week race. It was TDS, so not officially OCC, CCC, or UTMB in 2009. And standing on that start line left such an impression on me. I've just gotten goosebumps here in the studio. Anyone who has watched the UTMB World Series finals and heard that music, that classic UTMB song with thousands of runners standing on the start line, ready to run through 3 countries, to run around the mountains, is really like nothing else.
Oh, it certainly is. And then, if you've been standing long enough or enough times on that start line for both the start and the finish, like it's ingrained in you. Like you hear it. Like you could be commuting to work or like doing something entirely different. You'll be like, ooh, it brings you back.
Do you know, I had a friend that played that song in the labor room when she was giving birth.
Oh, that's intense.
That is intense.
Because you don't want to reverse it and then all of a sudden apply that level of, well, I guess maybe you just reconnect with that level of suffering and then you're like, oh, I've done so much harder. Like I can run 100 miles. It's a piece of piss.
And here we have images of our top men.
I don't know what the banter was, but it looked like they were having a bit of a pleasant chat. And we are with our race leader. And it looks like, white t-shirt, white cap. Simon Paccard might be back in the lead, ladies and gentlemen.
That would be exciting. So now the top men are on the second descent. This is a little mini descent for another mini climb. And then they hit the long 12-kilometer descent down to Lotier.
And I love that when you look at the profile, it's a mini. But when you look on the images, you're like, what?
Relatively speaking. It's a mini, relatively speaking. I'm sure if the runners heard me right now, they would correct me. Again, through the last aid station, we had Lucien Marmillon from France leading. That might have switched up. Behind was Simon Paccard. They were seconds apart. So really now we are seeing a bit of a gap for whoever is in first. If this is...
Hear it?
I'm getting choked up. I'm getting choked up. Just beautiful running down these trails. And then we had Dylan Ribeiro and Elia Bongiovanni running close together in third and fourth. So we'll see if there's also been a bit of a split there as well.
Yeah, but interesting. Like, we only have one man on the images, and I don't think that our drone pilot would have missed Lucien Marmillon, which means that, Simon Paccard is back in the lead. Man, look at these. What is it? It almost looks like a glacier with the rocks on it, but no, this is all mineral.
Yeah.
Wow. Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And this is a much more runnable section here, even though it's high altitude, even though they're descending. Much more runnable than what we have been seeing.
And they are moving. There's barely any... let's just reveal that bottom corner. Very impressive.
Okay, so it says second man.
There we go. There we go. We were a bit confused by that. And that makes a whole lot more sense. And it would mean that Lucien Marmillon, as you saw in the rankings, is still leading the men's race. And Simon Paccard has not.
And with a gap.
Yeah.
With a gap now.
Definitely with a gap. In the meantime, c'est l'heure de l'apéro at the ravitaillement.
Back at the aid station, you can see now that we're getting deeper into the pack, people are taking a little bit more time.
Oh, yeah.
Top leaders were in and out, and now people are
cheese consumption with the volunteers. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, one of the staples of this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB.
The 210-meter suspension bridge, you can see it's going over the glacier. This glacier, unfortunately, has been receding.
Oh.
So this is now the best and the safest way to get across this this section. But
look at that.
Stunning. I was
money
running,
shot right here.
I was running across, there's a suspension bridge. I don't think it's as long in the Trail 100 Enduro race by UTMB 4 weeks ago now. But certainly if you're afraid of heights, it's hard.
It is definitely see-through under your feet.
Yes.
Wow, what a sight. And here again, Simon Paquet crossing the Corbassière suspension bridge built in 2014. As you said, because the glacier was receding so much, it was making it very unsafe to cross on foot. And, you know, naturally, like, all right, well, we'll just keep crossing, but up high in the air.
Stunning. Certainly not for the faint of heart if you have an issue with exposure, but if you have an issue with exposure, then you would have had a problem with earlier parts of the course as well.
Yeah.
So
it would have been a kind of a check before that. But then, yeah, imagine you're like, oh, yeah, I'm sweet, I'm running. Oh, I'm scared of height. I'm stuck here. Well, then you're going to be carried through. Whoa, here we go. This is motoring through. I believe this is Marie-Charlotte Iratsoki.
And that was cool. She just took her flasks, threw them on the ground.
Coming through. Oh, and she wants a bit of extra water. Didn't quite hear what went down, but man, that was one of the fastest transitions. She means business.
That was very impressive. She is going for it. So again, our 5th place specialist running in 3rd place.
Let's see if we can hear much. She was asking where she was. And look at this. Also, after going through the aid station, she's now keeping her shoulders down, arms low, try to relax as much as she can.
Reste bien dans ta course. C'est super ce que tu fais.
Here we go. We are back with our men's leader, ladies and gentlemen, Lucien Mermillon, representing Team Rossignol, and oh, he's pushing hard, double pulling up that ridge. He is now on a mission, and I believe he's in now to try and hold on for the win for the rest of the course. But Simon Paquet is definitely not somebody you want to be chasing you. He is in good shape. He's shown that, even though that is a kind of a preparation race for Simon Paquet on his way to CCC. He will.
We are not even halfway through the course yet, so.
Oh yeah, plenty of drama to be had.
Exactly.
And yeah, that is the out and back. So it's not exactly on the same course. As you can see here on the 3D flyover. So going
close
up.
Enough that you should be able to get visuals.
Yeah, you definitely spot your competitor. You come on the right-hand side, and then you drop down on the left-hand side with a few switchbacks that, if I remember correctly, you can actually just cut through, which makes it exciting for whoever is comfortable and technical. Will make a lot of ground as opposed to just taking all these little switchbacks. And is that Dylan Ribeiro in 3rd, coming across the bridge after Simon Paquet or another competitor. Oh, we're being told 3rd and 4th.
4th. We were running close together before, so I do believe, yes, that is Dylan Ribeiro.
No, it is not actually, because it's a black cap, and Dylan had a white cap.
Oh, good spot.
So options. No, Maxime had a gray cap.
Well,
could it be Italian runner?
Elia Bongiovanni. they were running close together. So that, if it's not Dylan, then that would be who I would expect. And interesting, we have the top 5 runners. All of the top are in the same age group. They're all in the 20 to 34 age group category. Unlike on the women's side where we have Maud, who is in the 35 to 39 group category. Back with Lucien Mermion, our men's leader. I'm continuing to update the site just to see. There we go. Okay, Marie Charlotte Irazuki. Still stumbling on that one. She came through 11 minutes behind Lucille. So there's 11 minutes between Maud and Lucille in first and second, and then another 11 minutes between Lucille and Marie. So pretty spaced out on the women's side, at least for this part of the course. Whereas we've got a tighter race on the men's side so far, between first and second and third and fourth.
And I didn't quite take the split time, but the difference between Lucien Mermignon and Simon Paccard is probably what, around a minute and a half. Now we have Simon on the screen where we saw Lucien just earlier. There's a bit of a gap, gotta say, like since we last saw them together. So I don't know if Lucien is choosing to really play his cards on that big climb. See on the left-hand side, the zigzags, this is where the runners will be going kind of down on this out and back.
I love that dynamic because not only does it allow you to kind of see where your competitors are, but it allows those who are further back in the course to be able to see what the race leaders are doing, and for runners to kind of, even if they can't hear one another, to at least mentally cheer each other on. It's not often when you're in a race, if you're further in the pack, that you get to see what first, second, and third are doing on the trail.
True. Or it could be completely demoralizing because you see them miles and it's like, really? How do you go that fast? And we're getting a thumbs up.
Yeah, the equipment there. It's a camera runner carrying all of that equipment. You can see that white panel on the top. Also followed by the drone.
And the glacier in the background.
It doesn't get better than that.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And see that ridgeline kind of flattens out before the last kick. And again, hats off to the production and our cam runner, because when they have the Starlink right on their back, it means that they're carrying far more than the usual sub 2 kg backpack. It's much closer to 4 or 5. And so to be able to keep up with our main leader, Lucien Mermignon, it shows how fit our cam runners are.
What a race. Now they're still running at a fairly high altitude. So we've been talking about kind of absolute altitude of the highest point going above 3,000 meters, but this whole section here, you know, they're all above 2,000 meters and staying above 2,000 meters for quite some time, which just allows for these stunning views, but also makes for a pretty good workout. And speaking of workout, we could hear the heavy breathing of the camera runner there going up this climb. So this is the third climb, the second mini climb, I will call it. This is a mini climb in Verbier standards. But after this, it's really just descent, bit of flat, before the race ends with that final punch. That's a punch that Maud, I know, is looking forward to. She said she was going to be happy to finish with the climb, because that plays to her strengths. But it's hard to be happy with a climb at the end of a 43-kilometer race.
Yeah. Especially that one, again, like you will see, like you'll stick with us until the end. and you will see how brutal it is. It is exposed. There's a lot of switchbacks and then a few steep straight up sections on the roads before you get into Verbier, and then from there on it's about a K on the road, finally flat. But then it means you have to put the fast wheel back on and push it. We've seen passes on that flat section after 43 kilometers. It's it's on really on, like, all the way through to the line.
Yep. Okay, I just want to give an update. As we're following the top men, I want to give an update on the women's side because we've had the top 5 go through that last checkpoint. So Maud Matisse in first. She came through just under 2 hours into the course, followed by Lucille Germain 11 minutes later, and then Marie-Charlotte Iradzuki 11 minutes after her. But now we've got in fourth Charlotte Mormont from Switzerland.
Yeah.
And she came through just 3 minutes after Marie. And then Sandy Gross from France, who came in, about a minute behind Charlotte. So there's a tight race between fourth and fifth, running not too far behind third, but quite evenly spaced out 11 minutes apart between first, second, and third.
And yeah, Charlotte Mormont, who was like racing quite a bit in the past few years and then took a break to have her first child.
Yeah.
So she's back on the circuit. It's good to have her back, especially almost at home in Switzerland, I want to say. It's a long drag for a small climb, as we call it. And yeah, you can see, like, Lucien Mermion is really making an effort here. I don't think he's aiming for to give Simon Paquard a shot to closing the gap, and
he's pushing really, pushing with his poles, double poling as you say, but also switching back into a run any chance that he gets, which is difficult on a gradient like this.
Oh,
you can
look
see
how
it
hard he's working.
there.
I hope he's planned like nutrition accordingly, because you're putting it out. They're still super high, meaning that at altitude you already burn a whole lot more.
Yep.
And then the way he's like hunching forward, he's just going absolutely full strength, pushing on the poles when he was power hiking and then back into running. So he's definitely like working really hard on this section. So hopefully his nutrition plan is accounting for it and he's eating as much as he can, because that's going to be needed in all that long descent after that climb. This is definitely where you do not want to feel lightheaded or a bit finding yourself in a bit of a bunk.
Nope. Well, the way that he is running, I suspect he knows what he's doing and he's got a plan. Now you can see coming to the top of this mini climb. Beautiful refuge there on the left hand side of the screen, if you can see. All of the runners here are obviously racing, but this is just an incredible area to come hiking and to come explore. And coming into the aid station here, just think, getting all the supplies up there to this high altitude remote location is quite a feat. And you can see if you go actually on the UTMB site, we should have a live camera, station camera at this checkpoint. Wow.
See, just when we were talking about it, he's eating, so he's on top of it. He's chosen to get to the highest point, turn around, and
Où est-ce que j'attends Simon à faire vivre le ravito, le 2?
yeah, and that's a very good question for my cam runners. Like, am I carrying down the hill with our leader or going back to the aid station so we can see second place Simon Paquard go through the aid station? I'm hoping that the production will send him back up, but so far he is losing elevation, so that's going to be a tough one if he's being asked then later on, hey, how about you climb back up?
That is the job. 2 hours and 34 minutes into this marathon course at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. The 17th edition of this event. 6,000 runners from 74 different nationalities. It might even be more. That was the briefing before the race, but I think the number has creeped up. Tons of nationalities, let's say that.
A lot indeed. And then, like, as we're like shadowing the whole Panosier area, this is where we can find the François-Xavier Bagnoud hut, named after the Swiss helicopter pilot who was killed in the same crash that took the French singer Daniel Balavoine. That's way back. This is like a reference from old timers. And it is renowned for proximity, obviously, with the Corbassier Glacier that we've seen and the one that you pointed out, the Grand Combin, the highest peak in the whole valley at 4,135 meters. And on that shot, we'll take a very quick break, but we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Here we go, team, back at Verbier Saint Bernard in the Swiss Valley on a stunning day following the 50K category race, but truly 43 kilometers and 3,000 meters of vert. We are back with the women's leader, Maud Matisse, who you can see here power hiking at a dangerous speed.
She's keeping up with the male runner in front of her who is running. And I think he was using poles. And of course, she is not. If you're following us along, jump into the chat and give a little bit of a shout out to whoever you are cheering for. And do you think Maud Matisse is going to beat last year's time? The winning time for the women was 5 hours, 23 minutes. And here you can see the runners.
It was our men's leader.
Yeah.
Already coming down, so
very cool,
or very disheartening, either way.
Well, looking at the winning times last year, I mean, we've got basically 40 minutes, 50 minutes between the men's and the women's leaders. So that's quite a lot over a 43-kilometer race.
It is a lot.
Yeah. We'll see if that tracks this year. But no, Maud is running. She's been running top 10 scratch for the last hour or so. So I think there's a good chance that she's going to beat last year's winning time for the women's side.
And I don't know, just for the record, like we're seeing Wood Matisse like right now crushing without poles.
Yep.
Like, what performance would Bode be able to do if she decided,
To use
oh, well,
poles."
actually, I'm going to start using poles now. And be like,
Dangerous.
dangerous. Like, she still has a card up her sleeve she hasn't played yet. So it'll be interesting to see if she ever makes that move. Here we go. We are with our second man runner here who was leading early on, Simon Pacard, who said that this race was not an A race, but more like a fine-tuning race leading into CCC.
And what a fine-tuning race. He was leading earlier, was taken over by Lucien Mermillon, and he's now a minute back. So not too far, but far enough that, especially on this more runnable section, you can just see up ahead, I think.
Can he spot him?
Maybe. It's hard to tell. I thought I saw something, but it might have been a little bit of a blur. With a minute ahead, yeah, it should be a long enough of a gap that he won't be able to catch wind of Lucien unless the view opens up more here.
And as we're starting that long descent, that again, if you are on live.utmb.world, you'll be able to see on the profile. This is where we'll keep an eye on Swiss runner Maxime Pelouchou, because by the end of that descent, I suspect he could really move up in the rankings. And I don't know, from the body language and everything from Simon Pacard, I felt like he was moving with an intention, but not overreaching. He just like was still in control, not trying to destroy himself too much. So we'll see what that leads when they get to the next checkpoint. But yeah, exciting race right now in the men's. Where in the women's, Maud Matisse is a bit like she's killed the game by running up in the lead with now 11 minutes on second place. Lucille Germain.
Maud Matisse following the guy in front of her closely.
Oh, yeah.
And really, she looks like she's about to overtake him without poles. She can climb like nobody's business.
Power hike.
Yeah.
Better than Gandalf. Long legs are in action. And again, an absolutely stunning day. It's hard to believe that there was a warning for thunder storms for the afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on the sky as the day progresses. But this is the reason why these runners are all carrying a rather big pack for a 50K, because they have been required to carry the integrity of the military equipment lists. So all the things that needed to carry: waterproof pants, waterproof jacket, long sleeve, pretty much everything. Because indeed, since they are at high altitude, if the weather turns, you really want to have enough to make sure you stay warm and dry as you progress through this alpine terrain. Here you go, back with Simon Pacard on a descent. And it looks pretty steep because you can see that he's braking at every step instead of just opening up. And so yeah, man, that descent will be taxing. And I'm feeling like it's not necessarily the strongest, but whoever gets to the bottom of that long descent unscathed and then can really crank it up on that long, slightly downhill long section where, you know, we've seen runners like go sub 4 minute per K pace.
Wow.
So if you're cooked, you're gonna bleed seconds, if not minutes. But if you're actually good, you can really make a lot of time on your competition.
And that's the thing for people who haven't experienced these races themselves. For people who are spectating, they often make the mistake of thinking that the descent is the easy part. It's where you can relax. But the descent is what can kill your quads. And, we saw that last weekend with Katarzyna Dąbrowska in the 100-miler at Val d'Orem by UTMB. She won, incredible. But man, was she suffering on those descents because her quads were just gone. And hopefully we will have Katarzyna join us as a guest shortly, which will be exciting. She's raced at Verbier twice before and said that she really, really loves this race. So it'll be great to get a sense from her of not just a recap of her experience last weekend, winning at Val d'Orem, but also her thoughts on this course. Now, you were speaking about the mandatory equipment earlier, and I wanted to look up exactly what is required to bring during this 50K, because it's quite a lot. Not only is it a smartphone, bring a personal cup, flasks, food reserve, survival blanket, whistle, all of this stuff, elastic bandage, but jacket, yes, for the bad weather that we know is coming at least later in the day. Race leggings, long trousers, plus waterproof overpants. So that's quite a lot of gear to bring in a 50K. Then you need to bring a warm second layer, warm gloves, beanie, Saharan cap covering the head and neck, sunglasses, sun cream, and ID. So that is what is required. Mandatory compulsive kit for the marathon course, quite a lot, which is why you're seeing rather large packs. And then also importantly, if you start with poles, you have to end with poles, or vice versa. If you don't start with poles, you can't pick them up
on the way.
So that's an important clarification. So we will not see Maud with poles at any point in the course because she started without them, but that is to be expected given her style of racing.
And before we go into a quick break, I want to answer to Steffi. If you found the chat to ask for the link to the station webcam, you are on the right page. So you need to scroll to the course profile. And on the profile, you see the 8 stations. And just below, there's an icon with a camera. You click on it and you'll find it. We'll see you after the break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Valais, gravé dans mon cœur.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
And we are back live with the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course. This is the 43-kilometer course with 3,000 meters of climbing, more vert per kilometer than UTMB. and higher altitude, reaching over 3,000 meters at the highest point of the course. We were just seeing Maud Matisse, our women's leader, there on the screen. And now we have a view of this gorgeous suspension bridge built in 2014, 210 meters long.
And we got a bit of a train of runners. I hope the bridge limit is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hope it's not 5.
And I believe in that pack should be Lucille Germain, our second place woman. Yeah, a bit of a traffic jam going over this bridge right now. You can see if anyone is a bit scared of heights, then it holds up the whole pack.
And actually, there might be a sign, because you see them all walk on the bridge, and as soon as they get back on the trail, they start running again. So it might be actually forbidden to run on the bridge. I know it's the case in some places. So yeah, and now they've been just holding back, and all of a sudden everybody's just passing everybody.
There we go. We are 2 hours, 50 minutes into this course. Almost 1,500 runners. Only 4 have pulled out so far. So
it's pretty good rate. Yeah, it's a pretty good ratio considering.
Particularly on something this technical, on this kind of terrain. I mean, once you get 10, 12 kilometers in, there's really no point in trying to drop out. And we are excited to welcome to our broadcast the star of Val Thorens by UTMB and Ultra Trail Australia. 2 World Series majors, 2 wins. Katarzyna Dąbrowska, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Oh, can you hear her?
Oh, we can't hear you just yet.
So we're going to try and fix that, Katarzyna. Sorry. We will check with the studio very shortly.
Yep, hang with us, because we know that everyone will want to hear from you. So we will sort that out on the studio side of things. Okay, let's try this again. Can we hear you? Nope, not yet. Hang tight, everyone. It will be worth the wait. We promise you. Katarzyna, we were just giving everyone an update on just the incredible performance and incredible battle that you had last weekend. My goodness. I mean, leading from the start, such a strong race, but you went through so many challenges with nausea, with sleep deprivation, and then blown quads at the end, and still managed to win in quite a commanding time. It was truly an impressive performance.
But equally impressive, but then we're getting used to it, is the whole support coming from all across Poland. Right? Polska Grom was in the chat more than anything else.
Now do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, sorry.
Now, how is your recovery going? I think we are all just dying to know, how are you feeling after that incredible battle at Val Thorens last weekend?
Yeah, I have to admit that pretty well. I feel quite recovered already, finally at home. So yeah, we have a long to Poland, but yeah, all is fine. Yesterday I had my first training, so running. So yeah, my muscles are okay. I still feel some stiffness in my knees and ankles, but all is great.
And of course, your partner Maciek was out there on the course, just supporting you the entire way, and also giving us a bit of insights, a bit of feedback in the studio as well as you were going along the course. You know, we were saying it's just you have so much support around the world, but particularly from runners in Poland, and they were in the chat. They were just really cheering for you. And, you know, we saw these really vulnerable moments that you had out there on the trail. And I think it was quite humanizing, because we're used to, you know, seeing the finish lines of, you know, runners crossing, and you really battled. You really battled during that race.
Yes, my main goal for this race it was to resolve every difficult situation I was in. So I think I achieved this goal. But thanks to my team, as you mentioned, my husband was a huge support for me. So yeah, I was when I was struggling, I was thinking about him. Sometimes I was calling also to check how is my advantage time of the second girl. So yeah, I had some hard moments, but every of that moment, yeah, I pushed through. So and I was on the finish line with a big smile.
And a win. Let's not forget about that. It was quite a commanding win as well. And now you've raced at Verbier before.
Yes, I've raced for the first time in 2023. It was 70K. It was a really great adventure for me. It was one of the first races of UTMB I did, and also I won there. And yeah, the course was so amazing. The views, the climbs, the downhills. I was so amazed. I really enjoyed that race. I felt very good. I was pushing quite hard, so yeah, I didn't have any, difficulties. I would say, of course, I was tired, but comparing to Valdaran, it was over there, and the last climb was really steep and very long. So I won't. I will remember it for a long time. But yeah, the course is so beautiful, and I really enjoyed that. And the year after, I raced. Well, the course was shortened because of the storms in 2024. So I did the part of the longest race, so from Verbier to La Folie. So currently, I know whole course for the longest distance, so extraverse, because yeah, I do it partly, but I know all the climbs and all the technical parts, and of course the breathtaking views.
So is there a chance that we will see you come back to Verbier to take on the 100-mile distance next year?
I don't know if next year, because I would also like to race in United States because I weren't there yet. But definitely I will come back for this race and probably for the longest distance.
It's great to know. I mean, we're watching just an incredible performance today from Maud Matisse in first. You know, she's very strong on the climbs, but was saying that she was really dreading the descents. And we've just seen how technical some of these descents are. She's now on this long descent down to Lotier at 33K. So we'll see if she can hold on, but she's got a pretty commanding lead. Have you raced against Maud recently? I'm sure you have in the past.
I don't remember because Maud raced quite shorter races than me, but maybe in a Marathon Blanc in 2022, I think, or I don't remember, but once we had we raced together.
Yeah, that's a good point. She is she is just a demon on shorter races like this, and we say shorter with quotation marks because this is of course still a mountain marathon, but yeah, just absolutely incredible to see the way that she's moving, even over the descents that she said that she's not super comfortable with, but she had an 11-minute lead at the last checkpoint, which I think has widened. Yeah, over Lucille Germain.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear that, but yeah, I just want a quick word about Maxime Pelouchou, who was anticipated to come back because he's probably one of the strongest downhill runner on this field, and he looks like he is creeping up indeed. We're seeing on the images. But Kasia, I had a question for you. Seeing that, I was at UTA and I got to see you cross the line with a big smile, and you made it look super easy. And then we followed you in Val d'Aran with a very different race scenario. So after like doing the aftermath math. Now you've had over a week to just think about it. What do you take away from your race? What are the learnings that you're going to carry into the UTMB World Series final?
Oh yeah, I have to admit that I wasn't so well prepared for Val d'Aran, especially for the course, because it was so much elevation up and down. And between UTA and Val d'Aran, I didn't have enough time, to well prepare for such a different course, because UTA is quite fast and flat, I would say. Of course, the stairs, I will never forget the stairs, especially the last 1K and 950K stairs. So it was like pretty challenging with the cramps. Yeah, I had I would say middle season break after UTA. I had holidays. We borrowed the camper van with my husband from his brother. So we travel a lot, just enjoying time in Australia. And then I just started to run a little bit, but of course in Australia we didn't have high mountains comparing to Val d'Aran. So I think I missed a little bit, the proper preparation for the course. And and after returning, I couldn't recover from the flights. I struggled a little bit during trainings. Also in Australia, we had autumn and we come back to very hot condition in Poland. So also I struggle a little bit with heat. My coach in the last so Jack Cancel in the last 2 weeks decided to shorten a little bit the training, so we had to modify my training plan. So I knew that I'm not so well prepared for such a demanding course, but we decided to just go with what I have. The fitness was there, of course, but the muscle endurance definitely not. So we decided to have great adventure there, and also to be focused on resolving some hard moments and struggles, to check my nutrition plan, because everything can go very smooth to 10 hours, but after 15-20 the stomach is not responding so well. So we wanted to check what to do, what should I, how I should react. So I have a lot of insight, a lot of very important things which I apply to my training before UTMB. The first one is I have to recover in 100% and then come back to training with fresh mind, fresh body, and the curiosity of the UTMB course.
And without much of a transition, I want to bring up something that you two have in common beside being ultra runners. But if I got my notes correctly, you've graduated from a law school, and did you when did you operate the transition from a lawyer to a trail runner?
I wasn't a lawyer, I was a psychologist. So I am a psychologist for my profession. So maybe that's why also the mental part of my racing is so strong, and even I struggle, I can push further. And so after studies, I started to work in recruitment area. So I was working in a global company. I was a recruiter and recruitment partner for other companies. I was working in Krakow, so living in a quite big city in Poland. But as a teenager, I was runner for 4 years. I had this huge gap where I didn't do anything with sport. From time to time, I was just jogging. But then, the pressure in the end of the studies was quite high. So I was looking for, something to balance my stress. And I started to jog again. And then some people appeared in my life and showed me the trail running world, and I fell in love in 2020, in 2016. So I started, to compete, to train a little bit, but in the same time I was full-time employee. So I know this word when you have to somehow do your full-time job and do the sport and trying to be on the higher and higher level. And I met Maciek, so I think it was the the most important point in my life because we fell in love. He was also a mountain biking athlete, and when we met, he was a trail runner already. He also was coach, so he had his athletes, and he started to show me this world even more deeper. We also had really amazing coach, and now our friend Iñaki de la Parra, who also help us with training, but also help us with business. So I started to, learn more about endurance sport, try to, gain some knowledge about training as well. And I started to coach people. And when I had, one full-time job, my own business, and training, and so it was a lot. So I decided to, with help, of course, of Iñaki and Maciek, to try, to run my own business. From 5 years, 6 years already, I'm coach. From 5 years, I don't work full time. It's amazing. And in the end of 2023, I signed contract with On. So I become a professional athlete when I was 34.
Wow, I would actually love to hear a little bit more about what training is like where you live and what that looks like day to day. We've just got some visuals here now.
It was Lucien Mermillon going alongside the lake, and then that like infamous dam in the Canton Valais, the Mauvoisin Dam, which is very impressive concrete structure. It's 250 meters of height, and it stands as one of the tallest arch dam in Europe. Fancy that. And it's holding the water of the Mauvoisin Lake, and its structure is crucial to the whole of hydroelectric energy production that feeds the entire region in electricity. So it's, as you can see on the images, that waterfall, whether it was coming from like a underground spring or if it's been rerouted from somewhere else, it is nonetheless extremely impressive. And again, plays a role, as I said, both for the locals with electricity, but also with the natural ecosystem.
We've been learning a little bit ourselves and speaking, Katarzyna, with all of the listeners about some of the history and the culture of the area. But one of my favorite favorite facts about this is just the culture around the cows, the Erin cows in Valais. So these are cows that have been bred over centuries for their instinct to fight for a hierarchy within the herd, and the alpha becomes the queen. And so, there's a bit of a play here between the different cows fighting it out for hierarchy, within their own herd, and the runners on the course kind of fighting for the top spot. Just something for us to keep in mind as we see these runners battle it out. But as we're watching these images of the top men and the top women, I'm just interested to know, like, what does your local training ground look like in Poland? What do you have at your disposal when you're training for these big races in the mountains?
Oh yeah, definitely different one of those pictures we look at now, but I used to live in a really small hilly terrain, so usually I was travel a lot for training camps to prepare for the race. But in autumn we decided to move in a little bit higher mountains, maybe not like this, but we have quite nice area to train right now. So when I, close the doors of my flat, we are in the forest already, but we live in a medium city, I would say, in Bielsko-Biała in south of Poland. To the Tatra Mountains, we have 2 hours of driving by car, so not so far away. So yeah, now I have really amazing place to train. So yeah, in the 10K I can gain like 800 meters of elevation, so it's quite good number for now. But usually when I prepare, for UTMB or for Transgran Canaria, I really like to travel to the place where I race and know the course, to adapt to the conditions and to the terrain. So yeah, on Friday we are traveling to Chamonix. I have camp with my team with on to do the recon of UTMB, and then I stay in the high mountains till the race.
Well, we're looking forward to welcoming you to Chamonix shortly. We're just seeing on the screen now Simon Paccard, who appears to be having an issue.
Wow. Big, like, back in a race for a second, because Simon Paccard, who was in second place, just said that he was most likely gonna drop. So I don't know if he took a tumble or what, but he says, like, I just can't run downhill. And he had his phone out trying to call his crew, but he said, I don't have reception here. It's probably in that valley, but wow, massive change.
Yeah.
Massive change here.
It's hard to see a moment like that, particularly when you're leading. And, it was kind of what I was feeling when I saw some of the moments you were having at Val d'Aran. Gosh, when that moment when you sat down on the trail and put your head in your hands, I thought, oh no, what's happening? And I actually messaged your partner and I said, I don't know if you're following the live, but this is what's happening with Kasia. But you were able to battle through and still continue to win. It's so much harder, I think. No, it's not harder. It's different when you're in a 50K course. And you're leading and something is going wrong, like Simon. He doesn't have any kind of wiggle room. You stop for a few minutes and you lose so many places. Not to say that what you did was easy, because it wasn't. When you were struggling, you still had dozens and dozens of kilometers left to go, and yet you managed. So it was really just quite an impressive performance.
Thank you. Yeah, when I was sitting on the stone, I was so sleepy. Really, I just had to close my eyes for a minute, to give my brain information that you had a nap, so now you have to continue because you get what you wanted. Because my eyes, were so heavy. So yeah, I was counting the numbers, in my head, just to not have too long stay on the stone. And then, I take.
Fast like Louis. The bird is so nice.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
a place where it's always safe and come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We
Yeah.
decided to first spot, and teams looks pretty good because also Marcin Świerz, so the athlete from Poland, also did camp there, and he recommended place.
And just as we're chatting here with Katarzyna Dombrowska, we are back following the live, the 50K race at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. And we had a bit of an upset just before the break. Simon Paccard, who was leading near the start of the race and then fell back to second. It looks like something has gone wrong. He's gone over on his ankle. We saw him there on the screen. He was on his phone trying to contact his crew, but it looks like he is going to drop out at the next aid station. So he's making his descent into Lotier. Disappointing and not expected. We had all picked Simon as our race winner, as our predicted race winner coming in. It's had such a high UTMB index, an incredible race resume, and was looking strong. But hopefully, whatever he's done to his ankle is not going to affect him for the rest of the season and for the UTMB finals as he was gearing up for CCC.
But full credit to Lucien Mermillon, who currently is in the lead and was actually in the lead before Simon did his ankle. So today he looked like he was on top and was geared up for the win. Now second place, Simon Paccard is most likely out from what we could understand. He's got a lot of runway, but it doesn't mean that he's letting go of the gas pedal. We see him on the trail, and he's so aware. I don't know if you picked that up, but he went on the trail and then crossed the road. He gave a quick look to make sure there was no car coming. So he's in full control here, and we can anticipate him to really push hard all the way through to the finish, climbing up back to climbing up to Verbier, to where the finish line is located. Steph, we might see a new course record.
I mean, I am here for it. I am absolutely here for it. We'll have to check the times to see. Kasia, you were saying that the 70K race in 2024 was shortened due to storms, due to weather. So we'll have to check to see. I can't remember from memory if that also affected the 50K, but we know the times last year for the men, the winning time was 4 hours 35 minutes, and for the women 5 hours 23 minutes. And the speed that we're seeing Lucien Mermillon go down on this downhill was impressive. The Sunto was clocking 15 kilometers an hour, which I hope was a bit of a blip, but that is...
It looks
true.
legit. Like he's moving fast, but smooth as well, which sometimes can be deceiving. You feel like they're not working too hard, but they are covering ground at high speed, as opposed to, again, and not to take anything away from Maude, but she looks scattered and being thrown around a little bit or quite a bit, and yet she was still moving fast.
Yeah. Now, Kasia, when we were commentating you last weekend at Val d'Orient and you were on that final descent, it looked so painful because your quads had just gone. And what I was seeing was your brain saying, run, 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 and your legs were saying, walk, walk, walk. So can you talk us through what was happening in that moment? Because it just looked so painful.
Yeah, it was very painful, and I tried my best, to run. But sometimes also the ground was quite slippery because of the sand, I would say, because it was so high, and yeah, it was very steep because in the camera you don't see how steep it was. So I also twist my ankle 3 times last year, so I really wanted to carefully put every step and do anything with my body before crossing the finish line. So yeah, then I just say to myself just to be careful, just to take every step running or walking, but yeah, in the right direction, so to the finish line. But yeah, I had quite a lot of internal dialogue with myself. Yeah, but this time I try to be my friend, because yeah, during the trainings which weren't so good, yeah, so it didn't went so smooth, I was really like a little bit sad on myself that I can't catch the volume, the tempo, and so on. But before the race, I also work with sports psychologist. So yeah, we work a lot of this mental side, and I think important and crucial, especially in that moment when it's getting hard, and the pain appear, because during the training we can feel that. Yeah.
Well, I think that was just incredibly smart. I mean, as you say, you were already in first. You had quite a large lead. There was no need to try to push it and risk an ankle twist before the rest of your season coming up. But we were all there with you. We were feeling it with you as you were going on that descent.
Thank you so much. I was already hearing the voice from the finish line, so I started to be, a little bit touched, and I was a little bit crying. But luckily, I had, some sunglasses to cover the feelings. But yeah, I was already.
We saw you, we knew you, and we knew how much this was gonna mean. It was like, oh, there's probably gonna be tears, and we saw you in the last stretch. I was like, yep, it's happening.
But happy tears, happy tears. We didn't see sad tears. We didn't see sad tears.
The finish line was so incredible. There was so many people, so much noise, and yeah, I felt so great, so special, and yeah, proud of myself, because it was tough last 60K, because first 100K went pretty smooth, and then I struggled with stomach issue and the sleepiness. So yeah, but yeah, the finish was perfect.
And it's all good learning in the bank. We are all going to be cheering you on and commentating you across the line for the UTMB World Series Finals. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been such a pleasure. And we were so excited that you were able to make the time for us today. You have such a big following, huge fans, both in the studio, online, in Poland, around the world. And we just wish you the best luck in your training. And hope to see you around Chamonix, otherwise at the finish line of UTMB.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to speak with you, and good luck for all athletes on the course.
Thank you. Do widzenia.
Thank you so much.
They see it like this.
And everyone, that was Katarzyna Dąbrowska, our winner from Ultra Trail Australia, our winner from Val d'Aran by UTMB, joining us on the live. And we will see her again at the UTMB World Series Finals.
Can't wait.
Ciao, ciao. And now back on the screen, we are following Maud Matisse, who has moved up to 7th scratch. So she was running in 8th and now is 7th scratch. She's moving her way through the field, holding her own on this descent, which she said that she was dreading, but she's really holding her own. Let's see if we can hear anything from the aid station.
And there we go with the team manager here, Maxime, for the team Rossignol, and I think he would have told him that Simon Paccard did his ankle, and so basically he was telling him like, hey, you can keep going, but there's no reason to push beyond the limit, because you're pretty much in the safe, and the only person who could take away the win is actually yourself if you blast yourself before the finish line. Indeed, if Simon Paccard, the next aid station, drops out, that puts who did we have? No, it was, yes, Italian runner, Bon Giovanni.
Yes.
Elia, who was running in 3rd, and therefore he already has passed Simon Paccard, so running in 2nd, but still a massive gap, 2.6 kilometers between 1st and 2nd. At this stage in the race, I don't think you can close it.
No. And speaking of massive gaps, Maud Matisse, who we see on our screen, at the last aid station, she had an 18-minute lead over Lucille Germain, which is substantial. And there we have an image of our third place woman, Marie-Charlotte Eratzuki. And she is still on the climb, so hasn't even started the descent. So quite a big gap there as well. Third, fourth, fifth are running much closer together, but first and second, Maud and Lucille are just miles ahead, literally, of third, fourth, and fifth. Really impressive performances there. Look at Maud move.
She is moving super well. She's right alongside the Lake Mauvoisin, as we talked about, the one that has the dam, if I understood correctly.
This is mom strength. This is what I'm seeing right here. This is mom strength. Maud is a mom of two. She was a nurse before she became a professional runner. She knows how to multitask. She knows how to send it. And she knows how to take on a lot on her shoulders and in her legs. Racing every weekend, winning every weekend, traveling.
And actually, I'll bounce off of what you said. Literally, she can take a lot on her shoulders because in her basement, she's got a treadmill that goes, I think, to 30%. And what she does is she just goes out in the garden, picks up some big-ass rocks, put them in the hiking backpack, not even something comfortable, like a hiking backpack, put it on her shoulders, and I kid you not, I think it's 20 kgs.
Okay, that's the original weighted vest. I love it.
And she's just hiking up on the treadmill in her basement, no windows, like just staring at the wall and just power hiking at a 30 or 20% grade.
Well, no wonder she's making this look easy then, because she's got a view. She doesn't have rocks on her back. She just has rocks under her feet. That makes it much easier. That makes a lot of sense.
So yeah.
I'm picking up some tips here.
I mean, it's definitely mental strength, because to be able to do that is, and it's not like just once every so often. Like, this is one of her staple stations.
Do you know, I am going to make a list of all the tips and the weird quirks that we are picking up from the elite runners over this season. And if we can just put them all together, I think that would make for quite the Instagram reel. Let's do it.
That, and then
highlight reel.
We'll dare people to just like, could you try and do them all and see how quickly you will break yourself?
Speaking of mental strength, it was interesting listening to Kasia Dąbrowska talk about how, she has a psychology background, and how that helps her, with the mental strength. We certainly saw that come into play at Val d'Orem. These races, particularly, I think, I'm still biased towards the long races, but particularly when you get into the 100 milers, you have to be so mentally strong because you go through so many more ups and downs, just because of the length of time that you're out there than you would see in a 50K. But, that being said, there is a certain type of mental strength that you need for 50Ks nowadays, because the competition is so deep. To be able to put your, pedal to the metal for hours on end with no let up, no margin of error, that takes a different kind of mental strength, looking more into the, the road marathon type of category. It is hard to be able to run at this speed and this effort over this number of hours. So different kind of mental strength than is what is required in a miler, but yeah.
And look at that gap. Like, imagine that's conflicting thoughts. Like, for Elia Bongiovanni, he's like, oh, I'm running in second, and I'm also 2.6 kilometers back from the next competitor up. So it's pretty much like, okay, as you said, mental, and like, okay, I'm gonna lock this in and try to move as fast as I can so nobody comes back to take away second place. But also, how do you feel? Because, like, obviously, Elia is an elite athlete, top runner, and you're like, oh, but that guy ahead, right here, Lucien Merbion, he's just on another planet.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you you can be happy with a second place, but it also indicates, how much more work you might need to do going into the rest of the race season. with our race leader 34 kilometers into this 43-kilometer course. Okay, we can see the distance between them now is 2.08 kilometers. So actually the gap has closed a little bit, I believe. But not...
Oh, wow, yeah, it has indeed.
From 2.6
it was 2.59, so 2.6.
Yep.
And now 205. But I guess in the middle, there was a bit of a climb that Lucien Mermillon had to go through, so that would have slowed him down quite a lot. But even 2Ks, when they're getting so close to the finish line.
So we have Lucien clocking through at Lortier, but still waiting for Elia, and I guess a confirmation of Simon dropping out or not. He would have had to have run down to the aid station. So now seeing Elia here on our screen in second place.
What do you think? Did he fall on his elbow, or is that some... No, it looks like a Band-Aid. Maybe not from this race?
Might be, or it could be a head buff.
Oh, right.
Sometimes if you have a head buff, you use it to cool down your neck or dump it in the river.
Yeah.
If you just want to store it somewhere, you can put it around your elbow. But
True.
Yeah, possible. Okay, and Lucien Mermillon in a commanding lead over 34 kilometers into this course. Fifth at the Waldstrubel 50K race last year. Really strong race here today.
Yeah, he's definitely stepped up his game.
Yeah.
Joining Team Rossignol.
And we were mentioning earlier, Lottier at this checkpoint at the 33-kilometer mark. That was a town that was hit really hard by 2024 floods and was basically cut off from the outside world for quite some time, and the stabilization work is still ongoing. The original marathon course just below the village had to be modified because of this. So something to keep in mind as the runners are coming through this area.
And he's moving super well.
Yeah.
That's a smooth stride, as we were talking about. The day is starting to get hot, and running on this tar seal road is a bit of a challenge on the foot. Luckily, he'll be happy to get back on the trails, a bit of smoother terrain.
Coming to the lowest part of the course. We're seeing temperatures in Verbier at around 21 Celsius at 11:12 local time. They are at a lower elevation than Verbier. So as the lead runners come down through the 33-kilometer checkpoint, they then go even lower before they hit the final climb to Verbier. Now, Verbier, interesting. The modern ski resort that we see now, it really took off in the 1950s, and it was bankrolled largely from the revenue of that dam that we saw earlier. So it's that infrastructure money that really built Verbier into the global ski destination that it is today.
Here we go. So we're going to have a split time between Lucien Mermillon in the lead and Elia Bongiovanni. Elia, who does not seem to have crew. That was still a quick transition, but I don't think anybody would then have communicated to him how much of a lead, as well as where the competitors are behind him. So I feel like he would still pretty much be running blind. And going through that big building, we know how thick the concrete walls are in the Swiss buildings. So we've lost reception there, and there's a bit of a challenge for our mountain biker to navigate through this, but a few pedal strokes in that downhill and closing again on Elia Bongiovanni, who's now gone out of the Loutier aid station, and it is a clear 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes difference between Lucien Mermillon and Elia Bongiovanni from Team Margares. And he's, you know, also moving really well. It was just probably a little bit of a more conservative start.
Yep.
Which led to Lucien Mermillon being able to open such a gap, and then we'll see at the next checkpoint. But like that gap is not too bad. However, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Maxime Peluchou, who has come into the Lourtier aid station. He hasn't gone through the exit yet, but he was only 20 seconds back from Elia Bongiovanni. Man, we brought up that name. We told you earlier that this guy could run downhill like a demon.
You called it.
We have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to see what that battle looks like.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Fast every week. The group is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course, the 50K course. And interesting race here today on the men's side. Simon Paccard, the race favorite coming in, the highest UTMB index, who was leading and then overtaken by Lucien. Unfortunately, Lucien Mermillon, who has a commanding lead now over our third place Italian, Elia Bongiovanni. Unfortunately, Simon Paccard has had a problem with his ankle and is expected to drop out when he reaches the next aid station.
Which is going to be a bit of a solitude march, because that is a long way to make it to the next aid station. So hopefully he had his phone out. So hopefully by the time he gets down there, he's going to be able to call his crew, because you don't want to be walking this entire section on the road to make it to your crew. That would be a death march and possibly making it worse for his ankle. We'll keep you updated on that. But what we are now absolutely staring at is Maxime Peluchou and Elia Bongiovanni, because coming out of the Lourtier station, It looks like Maxime Peluchou did not have crew either, and he took actually quite a bit because he came into the aid station 20 seconds after Elia came out of the aid station. However, Elia stayed for a total of maybe 30-35 seconds, but Maxime Peluchou stayed a lot longer, so which possibly would have given him the chance to restack, reset, and then go pedal to the metal to the finish. But he left with 1 minute 50 back from Elia Bongiovanni. So it's not going to be that easy to close the gap.
No.
But it's still possible.
And, you know, we were looking into the background of our second place man of Elia Bongiovanni. And interestingly, it looks like, if my Italian translation is correct, it looks like this might be his first UTMB series race. Now, he has got lots of experience in racing, just doesn't seem to be in the UTMB World Series. So if indeed this is his first UTMB World Series race, he should do more of them because he's having a fantastic day out there. Now back with our women's leader, Maud Matisse, who is miles ahead.
She is once again in a league of her own.
In 7th scratch, leading in front of Lucille Germain, who also has a commanding lead over 3rd, 4th, 5th place. So seeing quite a gap as Maud comes down to the aid station at 33K at Lortier. Lucille is maybe halfway down that descent, maybe a little bit over halfway, whereas the 3rd, 4th, 5th place women are still near the front third of that descent.
And a bit of a shout out to everybody in the chat as well. We have Hans, who's been very present, giving a shout out to Kasia when she was with us. We have the Lerenfeld family cheering for Jeep. Goji, the Kolzers family, Lear, Homuludens, man, there's names that I'm struggling with. And Alex. Also getting pretty excited about something that I cannot understand.
We learn lots of languages and lots of sayings as we are commentating here, so keep it up. This is quite an international race and quite international spectators.
And again, Hans, right on the money. It looks like Maxime and Elia are super close together. This is indeed going to be a very good fight for second place. They are both going to push really hard. Wow, Maud Matisse is already there in the North aid station. So she's coming in. The clock is starting. She's going for, so she's drinking and then refill her flask with what's on it. She's got a blister. So probably from all the descending. So she had a quick chat, but man, again, why would she need crew? She's still in and out, like without external support. She's still, okay, interesting. She stops a little bit. She's gonna grab some solid food, but our mountain biker has been kicked out of the building. He's like, back out.
She's relying on basically what is available at the aid station. It looked like maybe one of the knack drinks, and then going for some real food inside at the aid station.
So, yeah, the volunteers didn't get the memo that our team should have been given clear passage to go through. It's not like they are going to do stunts inside the building with their bikes. They're just really coming in and out. But
never know.
It's okay. They played it very well, and kudos to our mountain biker for keeping calm, even though he couldn't quite execute his mission of Live Brosia. We are back with the men leader, Lucien Mermillon, who will, I would say, strong chances of improving upon his current UTMB index here at 888 by the look at how he's running right now. This is a long traverse now where, again, you've gone through the aid station and there's quite a bit of running up and down, so you really need to have your fast wheels on, but not blow all your matches, because that last climb back into Verbier is a very mean one. So,
but one that Maud at least is looking forward to.
Yes,
Because she is a masochist.
yeah, because she was saying like there was apparently a bit of a blister going on, and so they were saying to her, no, it's just flattening and climbing. She was like, oh, I'm glad, because that descent, like this long descent, really took a toll on what seems to be her feet. So here, Lucien will manage the navigation around the vans that are there, most likely for paragliders that are practicing the flying of a gentle slope in the fields. And there we go. Is he? Yeah, I think this is it. He's like, if next time we'll see on the 3D map, Lucien might already be at the bottom of the last climb into Verbier. This is a long climb. He's not done yet. And this might be the climb that, you know, Lucien went through when we saw the gap between him and Elia Bongiovanni melt from 2.6 to 2Ks. And that makes a lot of sense, because that is a steep one, even though Maud Matisse is making it look as like it's flat.
Well, we know that Lucien is good at climbing. We know that he's quite strong at climbing. Just checking into what he's been up to recently. Just a couple of weeks ago, did the Chamonix vertical kilometer and came in second place.
Wow. All right. Yeah. Okay. So the man can climb.
And that is 1,000 meters of climb over 3.7 kilometers.
And no poles. And no poles.
There we go.
Well, here, I'm sure he will be stoked to have those poles to help him climb that last kick up into Verbier that will feel absolutely endless. It just doesn't stop. And if you actually haven't rekeyed that part, that will be a strong, like you'd have to be very strong mentally.
This is a great performance for him today. Now, just doing a bit of a refresh to check out the splits between the top runners. Also, looking at the expected times is interesting, because Lucien, according to the algorithm, is expected to come in to Verbier in about 40 minutes. Now, if that is the case, we are 3 hours 46 minutes in. So going another, that would be under
definitely,
last year's time.
And I feel like when we look at the images, if anything, he's going to be faster than the predicted time, and it not slower. You can see him here. Yeah, that is the first climb, like starting this last big ascent. And he's still moving super well.
Almost 36 kilometers into this race. This is our second place, Elia Bongiovanni. Possibly looks like first UTMB World Series race. More from him to come, no doubt. He's got a good background, good history with this distance of races. String of firsts last year.
And we have a bit of a recap of what happened since the start this morning at 7:30. No, we started the live at 7:30, and they started 10 minutes back from the predicted time, waiting for the last runners to make it to the start line.
There we had on the women's side, Maud Matisse leading early on, followed by Lucille Germain from France. Simon Paccard just went ahead, really hot out of the gate, including up the climb. And we thought was trying to put some distance on it. We also had a showing from Batman, how to fight crime on the mountains of Valais.
And so the man of the day, the man we all expected to take the win here based on his highest UTMB index of the entire field, has unfortunately had already fallen into second and then did his ankle, which is most likely now putting him off course and like unfortunately soon to be DNF from what we've heard. Still to be confirmed. We'll be looking at this. But then Lucien Mermillon is having the race of his life in the lead and with a lot of runway between him and second place Italian runner Elia Bongiovanni. And in third place, who was going to give Elia a bit of a run for his money for second place, Swiss runner Maxime Pelouchou. We know he's a very strong downhill runner and he can close. So we'll see how these two gentlemen can duke it out in the last sections, knowing that it is a brutal climb all the way up to Verbier. And actually, to reference what happened last year, it was led by an Italian runner, Mattia Bertoncini, from early on all the way through to that valley. But eventually, on that last climb, he kind of ran on fumes, and Anders Haga and Dominique Hurnt-Leitner ended up passing him. Anders passed him like in the last kilometer into Verbier, which was disheartening for Mattia. But that's the name of the game.
It's not over till it's over.
Oh, and we had a bit of a fall here, actually. It might have been... it looked like Lucille. Yeah.
Yep, it was Lucille Germain.
And this is what we saw with Simon Paccard walking down the hill and telling our cam runner that he was done, trying to reach out his crew to call it a day. Yep, and then quick transition into the aid station for our lead runners, including Maud Matisse, well within the top 10 overall.
And if Maud, her predicted finish time is in 1 hour, which would mean that she would finish half an hour behind last year's winning time for the women.
You called it that record was going down, but ooh, I hope she had seen that.
Just side, almost close encounter with a bike between Maud Matisse. Who would win?
Dang.
Who would win?
That would not look good. I'm glad we avoided that.
In Valais, where the cows fight and the cows are queen, Maud Matisse is the one who's fighting and is queen of this course. I am not drawing an analogy between Maud and cows before anyone comes up.
From a strength perspective, maybe we can call it.
And Lucien Mermillon heading up that final climb.
Oh, wow. And he's still like moving aggressively up that hill. He wants to get it done and he wants to put his mark on this course, put his name against the course record. And so far, he's looking very good. Oh, wow. Looks like a prison break here. He just escape, climb up a wall, and it's awesome to see supporters helping our mountain bikers, because those are e-mountain bikes, meaning that it is very, very heavy.
It is a just mastery in logistics to be able to bring all of these images from the camera runners, the camera bikers, the drone shots, so that you really feel like you are able to follow along with the runners.
Trying to listen. I don't know if it was me. I thought we heard like a bit of a grunt from Lucien. It's like,
I mean, fair enough. Right now, he is going up a gradient that is just under 17%, but you could see that it goes steeper from here. So even though this is a relatively small climb, it is at the end of a 43-kilometer course. He's already got kilometers and vert in the legs, and he is pushing towards the finish to take the win, which 1.25 kilometers. So the gap has shortened, but he's still in a commanding lead. We'll be back with you shortly after this coffee break.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vibram grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with you live at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB following the marathon course. We have Lucien Mermillon, who is in just a commanding lead on the men's side. He had up to a 2.6 kilometer gap on second place, Elia Bongiovanni, which has reduced down to, I believe it was 1.6, 1.5 kilometers, but that is because he is on the climb, while Elia is on more of the flatter, faster part. So it makes sense that that gap had shortened a bit. Now we can see Elia starting the climb, not on as steep of a climb that that our race leader was on, but still too much of a gap to try to make up in these final kilometers.
And am I right in the fact that he has no poles? Woo! Son, I feel like that's a bit of a mistake here. Because, yeah, we've seen it more and more. And, you know, if you are a faithful follower of the live broadcast, we've proven now that even on the 50K distance, having poles definitely makes a difference.
Unless you're Maud Matisse.
Correct.
She seems to be a freak of nature because everyone else...
The exception that confirms the rule.
Exactly. Everyone else we've seen today and during the live coverage of Val d'Orem by UTMB last weekend, the poles seem to help. Although, I'm correcting myself because Sarah Alonso, who won the 50K, didn't have poles either. It seems that the top women are able to do very well without poles.
Or does that mean that they're not running to their full potential?
It's possible. It's possible. There's a question.
Always leave room for improvement. If you get away with that, without poles, just keep going. And if you get challenged, then pull out the poles.
But we've seen that difference across these two races now, where the top women have been able to absolutely start ahead in the 50K distance without poles, but it really has affected the men. And we've seen those with poles kind of take off and put distance between them and those without poles.
Although, again, with all the due respect to my good friend Sarah Alonso, seeing that she can trip herself down without poles, maybe she would be an even bigger hazard to herself using the sticks on technical terrain.
That's a good point. I remember I think it was at Val d'Orem when I did Val d'Orem 2021. I took a fall and impaled myself with the poles in the stomach.
Oh!
And that can be painful. Okay, we see the gradient here at 10%.
Oh,
I think it looks
only getting
higher
worse.
than that.
Yeah.
Just 10% he would be running. But it is a slog to the finish, and he is not letting up. There we go. Back to a jog.
Yeah, this course really keeps you on your toes all the way to the finish.
Literally.
And forces you, like race pace and, management of your effort is quite essential in there, because if you finish on fumes on that climb, which, once again, we had seen with Mattia Bertoncini last year, wow, that you moved back from first to third. So even though here the gaps are more substantial, and the fact that Elia Bongiovanni did not have poles, like, he was still running up that climb. So I don't think, to be honest, that Lucien Mermillon is going to be worried.
Maud Matisse, just to jump in. Maud Matisse, who we see on the screen, leading lady, she's moved up to 6th scratch.
And look at her go.
6th. Wow. And you can see there's a kid on his bike who's kind of biking at the same speed that she's running at. Wow.
That would be awesome support.
Yep. She's checking her watch. She knows she is flying. Does she know just how far in front of Lucille she is? I don't know.
That is super impressive.
We should, Lucille should be coming into that Lotier aid station in about 10 minutes, which would put a really significant gap between the two of them.
Dang. Yeah. Even though in the same category, we have two very different races on our hand in the women's race. Maud Matisse in the lead.
5 kilometers to go. And only 4 hours into this race. Again, winning time last year for the women was 5 hours, 23 minutes. So she is definitely going to beat last year's time by, I would say, half an hour, by a fairly substantial amount.
Boom.
At least half an hour. Come on, Maud, let's go. And wow, you can see just how far in front she is by looking at the visual on the left-hand side of your screen.
And can you hear? She's working.
I mean, that wouldn't normally be a healthy noise that you'd want to hear from someone who still has 5K left to go. But again, anything that I would say about a normal person just does not translate to
Doesn't
Maud.
apply to Maud.
No.
But it's impressive. And to your point, like now you race a 50K like you would race a half marathon. Like
She's running that like it's a 10K.
Yeah.
I mean, listen to her breathing. If I heard someone breathing like that in an ultra, I would
You'd be
want
like,
to tell them to slow down.
you'd be like, all right, well,
They're
you're
done.
gone. Except, again, like for ultras, maybe that's the other exception. I don't know if you remember or if you even raced Caroline Chavreau. She sounded like a train when she was racing, and from the first K.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're like, love, you're going to blast yourself.
Did you see she just did, I think she just did Lavaredo.
Did she?
Yeah, back on the race scene and
good for
doing
her.
Pretty well. Yep. Very impressive. Again, mom strength. We're seeing Maud Matisse absolutely going for it. She doesn't care that she has a commanding lead. She's racing the men. She's racing herself. She's racing the very top of the field. And she is not sitting back to relax one bit. This is someone who raced just last weekend, and I think the weekend before.
And the weekend before. And quite a few more.
Before that.
But yeah, like you were saying, the course record is 5:20. It means like she has an hour 18 to make.
That's last year's time. I don't know if it's the course record.
Right. And there she is now at the bottom of the climb. She's going to be able to relax a little more, break into that power hike that she masters. Hopefully for her, bring down a little bit the cardio and the breathing, fall into like just a strong, consistent climbing motion. Wow. No. She's still wheezing. But despite that noise, like breathing noise, our cam mountain biker was talking back to us and said like, well, I got the feeling she's all right.
Yep, everything's okay. And why wouldn't it be at the speed that she's moving at?
Oh, how tempting would it be to carry on straight and just go under that little water?
6,000 runners in Verbier in Valais this weekend for the various race distances across this event from 74 different countries. This is the 17th edition. And the 100-miler in these Verbier races was the first 100-miler in Switzerland. So long history. They know what they're doing. Here we have our second place woman, Lucille Germain coming into the aid station.
At the Lourtier aid station, so she'll be coming in and out. We'll have both splits.
Yep. And there we have, she has crew, whereas we know that Maud was on her own, didn't want crew, didn't need it. Her husband is around, but said she can take care of herself, no need. And Lucille's brother is out racing the 70K. Her mom and her best friend were supposed to be crewing and supporting, but we see here 2 men. So I think this could be her best friend and her agent were also supposed to be here crewing her.
Yeah, Alexis.
So maybe her mom and sister jumped over to the 70K, or maybe they're already at the finish line.
Yeah, they split the team across different locations.
Smart.
And again, water, keeping her cool. I wish we had audio. Maybe you do have it at home.
She's looking a little bit tired, but moving.
That's not helping.
And spending about a minute in the aid station. I think she was on her way out. There we go. Yep. So about a minute in the aid station, got some water on her neck. Her crew sorted her bottles out, and she is off.
And that is 27 minutes.
Wow.
No, did I say that right?
Looks like she might have forgotten something. She's kind of checking her pack, wondering if she left something behind. Yeah, she's shouting back to her crew.
Antoine.
And she's just going to continue on. Whatever it was, she's leaving it behind.
Hopefully it was not part of the military equipment.
Yeah, it can be hard if you've got crew who are taking flasks out, putting things in. You know, you really just have to have that plan down packed and trust them to know what you're doing, because your brain isn't fully there and you might not see exactly what's going in, what's coming out.
Yeah.
And so that was probably just a bit of a second guessing herself moment, checking with her crew, you know, did they do X, Y, Z? Whereas Maud was just on her own. She knows exactly what she was doing, exactly what's in her pack. But you know what I love to see is that, like, first and second here in this race on the women's side is completely solidified. You know, Maud is not changing her position. Lucille is not changing her position, but both of them are going flat out. They're going flat out.
Yeah. I mean, Lucille could be, well, I don't know if she's been told, like, how far back the third woman is, and if she could indeed relax a little bit. But yeah, with Maud, even though she could literally finish in a, like, freewheeling into Verbier, she's not. She's pushing so hard.
Yeah.
And create,
Get that UTMB index score. Same with Lucille. And, you know, they're like almost 25 minutes apart now. And yet Lucille is pushing. It looks like she's really racing. There's no chance that she will have to catch up unless something terrible happens. But she is pushing. And she is comfortably in front of Marie Charlotte Iratsuki in third.
Here we go. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. As much as, you know, Elia Bongiovanni is super strong and moving well, without poles, it just makes that climb so much harder, because you solely rely on your legs that have covered already 40 Ks in the heat of the day. And so, again, if you're not comfortable with poles, or if you haven't trained with them, it makes no sense to try and take them. But even for those 50K distances now, especially, I mean, you were saying it, like, this has a higher ratio of this amount of vertical per K than UTMB. And so when you know you have that amount of climbing, 3,000 meters over 43K, you're like, maybe you want to rethink the approach with poles and no poles.
Yeah, I mean, I take out poles with me even on sometimes even on a 10K or a 15K training run. I mean, why not? Just to practice.
Depending on where you're going to be. And yeah, it's as you say, practice is like getting them out, putting them back, getting them out, putting them back, using them on the flat. It's it's just getting comfortable.
And it's also to train my arms. I mean, I think this is particularly for women in general versus men. You know, we don't tend to have as much upper body strength. And so if I don't use my poles in training, then you go out in a 100K or a 100-mile race.
Your triceps are
God, you
cramping.
feel your shoulders. It is rough.
Yeah, and again, to his credit, like Elia is still running super well. But I feel like the gap that was between first and second, Elia and Lucien, at the last aid station will grow even more significant by the time they make it to the finish line, just for that reason.
And Simon Paccard, who was our race favorite and was in the lead earlier on before he was passed by Lucien Marmillon and then twisted his ankle. It's still not showing officially that he's dropped out, but that is the expectation.
So as we will drop out from second place, Elia Bongiovanni, we might actually catch a glimpse. I'm very curious as to where Maxime Peluchou is.
Yeah, it's still a tight race on the men's side tighter race, let's say, between first and second. Less than 2 minutes between Elia and Maxime at the Lotier exit point. With Dylan Ribeiro a few minutes behind. And then we haven't talked about fifth place. Mark Vizcaino Munoz.
From Spain.
Running, yeah, pretty closely to Dylan Ribeiro. So there could be potentially a switch up between fourth and fifth still. It's not solidified yet. I mean, it is for mod, but...
Yeah.
Team 10, tout va bien. Par contre, je suis sous les arbres. J'espère que le réseau est bon avec la
I really want to know where her secret is. It's the way that she must do something on her recovery. Because you look at what she's done, and last weekend she was racing. I think the weekend before she was racing. She was racing in China recently. She just doesn't stop. And she's in the 35 to 39 age category, so not old, but she's not new. She's not a spring chicken. And I can say that as a 44-year-old.
And there we go. Lucien is making ground, getting closer and closer to that finish line. He's going to be making his way through the first bottom chalets of Verbier, and then there's going to be a few more switchbacks. There might be a water trough, if I remember correctly. I don't know if he's going to stop for it or not. And then a few straight up on pavement before he gets to the flat of Verbier and can finally open up the legs for the last K and making it into that finish line area.
Less than 2 kilometers to go. It is going to get exciting.
He's going for it.
Yeah.
He is going for it. I mean, he could take a bath literally and still win here. So it's good. Oh, he picked up some blackberries. Nice one.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vibram grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
C'est interdit de venir sur la route comme ça.
Attends, j'ai pas entendu, on me parle en même temps.
We are back at Trail Verbier, Saint Bernard by UTMB, following our leader, our men's leader of the race into the finish. And of course, our women's leader has been Maud Matisse from the start and through to the finish, running in 6 scratch. Really impressive. Lucien Mermillon, our men's leader.
That is mind-blowing.
Yeah. And he's on the final stretch, estimated to come in maybe about 9 minutes. This is our second place woman, Lucille Germain, who is still pushing, even though she was almost 25 minutes behind Maud at the last aid station. But she's going for it. She's 7 kilometers from the finish. So she's on this little kind of flat downhillish part before she hits the final climb.
Yeah, 7 Ks to go.
And Lucille, she said the most challenging part of this whole course for her would be the flat.
Yeah.
So
that's where
we're seeing it.
She's in there.
Yeah. We are seeing it. She certainly knows how to do technical. She knows how to do climbs. 8th at Sagama this year. Nordic ski background and ski mountaineering background.
Yes, cross-country skiing coach in the winter.
Mm-hmm. Really moving. She's got her family support out there today. Maud, taking a brief moment, maybe taking in some fuel.
A piece of cheese.
Yeah. How Swiss. Some cheese and sausage. The original sports gel.
the typical Swiss fuel.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you never want to be behind any runners in a dense pack on a climb because your nose is just at the same place where the cheese gas comes out. All you smell going up the climb is just...
Oh, the flavors and...
That's my memory of my first UTMB. It's just cheese farts.
Love it.
Let's see if the production team clips that for a social.
Yep. That is that is a good good cheese fart grade as well. If you know your competition is behind you, that's when you let go.
Well, it's one way to get in ahead of the competition. I have to say.
It's a fair move.
You have to use anything at your disposal.
Yeah.
And wow, we are less than 1 kilometer to go to the finish of this marathon course. And it looks so peaceful, but will he be able to start to hear the finish lines?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's only okay, because that feels much longer. Also, like, he'll get into the trees. There's going to be this steep section across, and then my memory was like, yeah, you see it on the 3D map. It looks much further than that. Although we are being told the official distance is 43 kilometers, and here it says 42. So it might be a couple of Ks. That would make a little bit more sense.
Let's see.
Well, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
I'm sure he's hoping it's a kilometer. It's funny, he's looking behind him. I mean, he must know that he's got a pretty good lead here.
Yeah, because he was definitely told at the last aid station the lead that he had, and he knows deep down that he never faded.
Yeah. He had a 10-minute lead at the last aid station.
Non, c'est pour dire c'est pas un tout petit sentier.
Double pulling, continuing to push up the climb.
Yeah.
Followed by Elia Bongiovanni and Maxime Pelochou.
Yeah, I wonder where they are. Like, there was just under 2 minutes between them coming out of the aid station. Maxime was definitely closing. Well, what's the predicted time? There you go. They are predicted a minute apart coming into the Verbier, into the finish line. But again, if Maxime Pelochou, even though his ultimate strength is the downhill, if on that climb he has poles, and Elia doesn't,
I would love to see a photo finish.
Oh, hell yeah.
Guys. If you're following us along, jump into the chat. And tell us where you're joining from, who you are cheering for, and whether you think we'll see a photo finish. I mean, we are seeing the women's time. Maud is absolutely smashing last year's winning time by about half an hour, it looks like. That's what I predict. On the men's side, let's see, last year's time was 4 hours, 35 minutes. I think we will also see that come down.
35, even if it's now less than a couple of Ks. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he has 14.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are ready. Yeah, this looks too peaceful to be within the last K of a race like this.
Yeah, he's going to get to the steep parts, weaving through the chalets. That part is mean. But he's still making good ground. He fueled correctly all the way until the end. And hopefully we'll see him break into a fast running as soon as he gets into the village, into Verbier. And on the flatter section,
now we were guessing that the top man would finish around noon. We did start 10 minutes late. So
there you go.
Yep, that is right on time.
Tu peux prendre toutes les coupes jusqu'à la dernière où tu vas retrouver la route. Tu auras un panneau vélo rouge quand tu rentres dans le village.
He's working. It's everything but easy. That last part of the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. But this is not enough to stop our leader, Lucien Mermillon, from moving relentlessly forward towards the finish line.
43 kilometers, 3,000 meters of climbing. More vert per kilometer than UTMB. And now that gap has lessened even further to 1.1 kilometers. It doesn't mean that any ground is actually being lost here. It's just a difference in the type of terrain. You know, there was the split went down from over 2 kilometers down to 1.5, now 1.1, because we had in second place, you know, running Elia running a much flatter section, while our leader here, Lucien, was on the climb, so that allowed the gap to narrow. But it should hold pretty steady now until the end.
Oh, yeah. It would take, like, taking a wrong turn, breaking a leg, breaking a pole.
Getting into a fight with a cow.
Getting into a fight with a cow.
Stopping for raclette.
Doing a raclette degustation. Popping a flask. And then maybe there would be a shot at losing first place. But Lucien Mermillon is,
Now you can
yeah,
hear
he's
the
getting there, the
cowbells.
noise, the cowbells.
And we have a cowbell here in the studio, which we will get ready.
Oh, yeah, we do. It's still there. I was worried somebody nipped it from us.
No, nonsense. We have a Swiss race. We need a Swiss cowbell.
There we go. Back to the women's race with our second place, Lucille Germain. Moving up in the overall ranking here.
And we have in the chat, we have Hans, who's been here with us.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Hans.
Weekend. Yep, from Barcelona, cheering for Maxime. We have Lo cheering for Yannick. And Lena from Sweden cheering for Pierre.
Encore une trentaine, quarantaine de mètres, c'est le plat. Et l'arrivée, savoure. Allez.
There you go.
Less than half a kilometer to go for our race leader, Lucia Mermillon.
C'est l'italien.
Ah oui?
Oui, il a abandonné.
Simon?
Oui.
Ok.
And so, yeah, he's getting the information that Simon has dropped. So he actually did not know that. And he's being told that the Italian runner, Elia Bongiovanni, is miles back. So he's like, okay, you're done with the climbs. He's putting the poles away. And he told him, like, enjoy. Take it all in. The win is yours. Obviously, he's going to be wanting to establish a new time of reference on this course. And so he'll be like, okay, I think he's still going to run hard on that road section. There we go. He's on the flat. He's in Verbier.
Oh, what a great way to finish a race, getting a little bit of that intel so you know it's in the bag.
Exactly.
You can just enjoy it, soak it all up. You don't have to worry about being passed at the last second. That's exactly the kind of intel that you want to get, that you wish the camera runners would be able to tell you, but they can't.
They can't indeed. And we hear Ludo already now from the finish line. Verbier is on fire.
This
shaking his head.
ski resort, everyone coming out in full force to cheer our race leader into the finish. Simon Paccard was the favorite to win. Unfortunately, twisted his ankle, but already had lost first position before that incident happened.
And so he could catch a glimpse of the finishing area, but he has to go all the way around the block to finally make his entrance into the finishing chute. Only a few hundred meters for French runner representing Team Rossignol, Lucien Mermillon. There we go. The finish line is just there. In full disbelief.
And breaks out into a smile. This is a fantastic finish for him. I think he can't believe it. Certainly, oh my goodness, what a win for the Marathon at Verbier Saint Bernard. Lucia Mermillon, our winner, and he has given it all out on the course and is laying down, soaking it all in. This is our race champion.
Yeah, he certainly kept pushing all the way until the end. But now the strength come back, the second wave, the relief of having crossing the line is done. It's like, yes, let's celebrate. Let's give back to all the spectators who have come and celebrate him today as a champion. He still can't believe it. Shaking his head.
And smashing last year's time as well.
Yes.
And he is now.
There we go. We're getting the photo finish with the tape. Oh, is there a bit of a cramp? What was going on here? Oh, no, he's just catching it properly.
There we go. And he has now secured a direct entry to the UTMB Series World Finals next year in Chamonix. So having gotten a win on the 50K he will have an entry to OCC in 2027.
And
3 hours and 23 minutes. So not excuse me, right? 3 hours and 23 minutes. In just past midday, ladies and gentlemen, Lucien Daniel takes the first place from Keith Rossignol and France in this Verbier marathon. We're waiting shortly with Elia Giovanni from Italy is coming in home in second place, followed by Maxime Pelucci, currently running in third position.
there you go. They're giving a bit of an update of what's going on the course. But oh, he's hungry and thirsty. Watermelon is always a win in my books on a hot day, whether it's during the race or after the race.
Watermelon with a little bit of salt.
Yeah, that's the winning combo.
Il y a une semaine, 15 jours maintenant, 15 jours déjà à la deuxième place.
Is there going to be a... yeah, nah. That's part of... Okay, he can run fast, but he still needs to work a little bit on his aim with the flash. Oh, look at that. There's syrup.
This is quite a gourmet finish line.
It is. Man, so good. Here we go. I think it's Marie-Charlotte Irazzotki. And leaving the aid station. Yeah, she's gone through. So what's the time difference?
We have 24 minutes.
Wow, so it's about an even split between first and second and third.
Yep. Before it was 11 minutes. Now it's 24 minutes, 24 minutes.
Look at that.
Whoa.
This is what we wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, not for everyone, because obviously it's a sad day for an Italian runner. But ladies and gentlemen, the man, the lumberjack from Switzerland, who is known and feared for his finishing strength. He always had a lot to bring in the back end of the race. We had seen him in already in Welstrubel by UTMB, closing extremely strongly on the field to take the win in a descent. But now, he didn't even have poles by what I saw. So he just passed. Look at him. Yeah, now no poles and still running. Wait. It's Dylan. It's not Maxime. My apologies, team. We had a race scenario I had a race scenario in my head, and I thought that was going to happen. But no, ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Ribeiro from France is coming back like a demon. He was keeping up with Simon Paccard on the first climb, and it shows that he can still climb extremely strong. And I got to say, in the flat, he must have really cranked up the pace, because he was 3 minutes back from Maxime Pelucci and 5 minutes back from Elia Bongiovanni. And in that section, he's closed 5 minutes.
That I was not expecting. I was not expecting. That has thrown us a bit of a curveball.
Wow.
It's a good thing, I write down what each of them are wearing, but it's it can still throw us off.
Wow.
So Elia Bongiovanni now in third, passed by Dylan Ribeiro. So I guess Maxime Pelucci is in fourth.
Fourth at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, history repeats, and this course is definitely a curse for our Italian friends who are losing spots either on that last climb or possibly in town, because we're still looking behind Elia to see if somehow Maxime Pelucci could be close by. But man, what a comeback from French runner Dylan Ribeiro. Wow.
In the final stretch. Ooh,
he even picked up a tail.
Yeah. But it's exciting. I mean, exciting for him. Probably
awesome.
Heartening for Elia, but to pass someone within the last kilometer or...
Yeah, I'm blown away. Being able to pass when, he's obviously a very strong climber, but the 5 minute gap between this last aid station and this location on the course is mental. because it's not like Elia was looking like he was standing still.
No.
Woo!
Nothing major has happened to suggest that this change-up would occur. But, you know, if you take care of yourself in the descent, if you fuel properly, if you make sure that you've got that little bit of extra energy, and you can see the difference. You know, we have Dylan Ribeiro just continuing to run. Elia is on a slower hike. It's looking almost death marchy.
He's in the well.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So there is momentum for sure behind Dylan. And then we're back with Maud, our first woman, still running in 6th scratch, but will she be overtaken by 7th, or has she just passed 5th?
That's a very good question, and it's interesting. Like, you know, she was power hiking, and that gentleman was running, and he couldn't move faster than her, so there might be a change. And again, it's so exciting for Dylan because obviously he could run a little stronger, but then knowing that he's now moved into 2nd and he's getting so close to town, like he's gonna have wings to come into the finish. That is very well deserved for the Frenchie.
This is amazing. And a young guy, young gun. He's had a first place in an 11-kilometer race earlier this year in May, and a 6th in 50-kilometer, the Adidas Terex Maxi race. Yep. And for the Wildstrubel, 3rd, where Lucien was 5th, our race leader today, finished behind Dylan in Wildstrubel last year. Now we've just crossed 4 hours 35 minutes. That was the winning time for last year.
And Dylan, like, I mean, he's obviously worked pretty hard to get where he is, but man, he will be stoked. About 300 meters to go for the French runner from team. Hang on, I want to check that, double check that. Yes, Salomon France. Yeah, well, see?
And the question is,
you have your gravel shoes, and they work when you're on gravel.
Will we see him at the UTMB World Series Finals next month? Of course, he is getting a direct entry for next year, but
Did he
in
get
2024 he did OCC, but only came in 42nd. So after the performance today, my God, look at him come towards the finish. This is Dylan Ribeiro from France. Took a last-minute switch into 2nd place. He's got to be well happy with that.
Yeah, super strong finish, well managed, and as you say, he will be absolutely stoked about this performance today. Looks like he's hit the deck too, somewhere on the descent. Oh, that was a tough day in the office, ladies and gentlemen, for Italian runner Elia Bongiovanni. That looks extremely painful, but he's grinding it in. Like, this is not going to be the same spirit as the 2 gentlemen that we saw cross the line before him. But kudos to him for keeping it together. It looks like he's in the clear. There's no one behind him. And I don't know if that person was with him, but that looks like a big-ass pizza, so that would make me run even faster to the finish line.
I'm hungry.
Woo!
Yeah, that's a tough last-minute switch, but you know, he's not running super easily. We can see that he's struggling a bit.
Everything is tight. The wheels have fallen off.
Yep.
But it's okay. Still running for 3rd here, and therefore punching his automatic entry into OCC 2027. Sure, that might be a little bit of disappointment losing 2nd place so late in the race, but that's how things go. That last climb requires runners to still have a lot in the tank, and I don't know what's. Yeah, it looks. Could it be chafing? Because it looks like he's really like in pain.
He's either stiffened up or he's pulled a muscle. I don't think it's chafing, but that's a smile grimace.
Oh yeah, it's just like
That's
I am so glad to be done.
Oh, and he's on the ground. Yep. Still a very strong race for Elia Bongiovanni.
See, holding his I don't know if it's calves. Something was definitely hurting down there.
Yeah. Oh, he looks like he's in quite a bit of pain.
Oh yeah, he's gone to the well, and that was a bit of a challenge, but
Looks like a chalk outline from above. We've got a victim of the course.
Yeah.
A podium winner, but a victim of the course for sure. Not an easy course by any stretch of the imagination. And there he's smiling. I was worried there for a second that he was breaking down into tears, but maybe.
Yeah, it's good. We're not going to finish him off just yet. We'll keep him for the podium. Podium that will be seeing these gentlemen, these stars in soon, these top 3 ladies, but a few extra top runners because the UTMB World Series is welcoming Tudor as a watch sponsor. And for this very much edition of this, 2 of the Tudor sponsored athletes, Rémi Bonnet and Baptiste Chassang, will be in Verbier to hand over the prizes for those top athletes.
Oh, excellent.
As a celebration for this new partnership between this UTMB World Series and the high-end watch brand Tudor.
Yeah, they just kind of exploded onto the scene in the trail running space.
They made a lot of noise when they did all these signings. So we named 2, Rémi Bonnet and Baptiste Chassang. We also have Yao Miao, Coordinator Walter. Is that it?
There were quite a few of the top runners that were all announced all at the same time. And
I think I might be missing one.
A splash. I think we are.
But somebody we're not missing is Maud Matisse. She's now finally on the flat after really pushing every meter of that climb. You can see it on her face. It was everything but a walk in the park for the Swiss runner, but she is getting it done. As a reminder for you back home to appreciate the performance she's pulling off today, last year's reference time for the women, the last year's winning time was 5 hours and 20 minutes. Right now, it is 4 hours, 41 minutes elapsed. We're talking almost 40 minutes faster than last year's time.
Wow.
It is borderline disrespectful.
It's borderline disrespectful. Mud, come on, what are you doing to us? No, to finish that much, that quickly on a course, to take up 40 minutes from last year's time on a 43-kilometer course is insane.
There we go. Finally breaking into a smile. She can relax. She's got it. Another win in Maud's career. Come on, ring the bell.
The cows are queens, and Maud is that queen here today. Our winner of Trail Verbier, separate art by UTMB, Maud Matisse. Oh, she is happy with that one. How could she not be? She battled. And what is her overall placing? Oh my gosh, she's 4th. She is 4th scratch. Maud Matisse has climbed her way up 4th scratch. And it's outstanding. It's outstanding.
Yeah, man. All right, kids, you know what to do. Grab your parents' hiking backpack, put a whole lot of rocks in them, and start hiking on the treadmill at 20%, because that is probably one of the many things that Maud Matisse is doing to run these incredible races. And here is a 4th place finisher in the men's, but 5th overall. Yep, it's not often we get those kind of rankings.
That is awesome. Mark Vizcano Munoz from Spain. 4th men, 5th overall.
And it means that Maxime Peluchou was not able to hold on to 4th place overall. We'll see him probably come in any second now. Oh, good sportsmanship here from our 4th man finisher, just shaking the hand, not the head, of Maud Matisse as she sprints back into the finish line for
Slow down now, Maud.
a victory lap.
slow down. You can take a break. Even her victory lap is on full speed.
Hot damn. There you go.
All right, I give it to you. You called her. I was cheering for our
Lucille Germain.
Lucille Germain. I thought, no way can Maud keep up this streak, but she can. She can do anything.
That's the thing. Like when Maud is on the start, it's always hard to bet against her.
She doesn't even look tired. She's already planning her next race. I can see it. She's already planning next weekend. What's she going to win next weekend?
Or maybe like now the race is done. It's like, all right, well, what's the rest of the weekend? What am I doing with the husband and the kids?
Yeah.
Just gonna go over. Like, yeah.
She is so cool. I'm fangirling Mathias pretty hard right now. No crew, no polls, no music.
What's your excuse?
No prisoners.
Huh?
I don't know.
Back home.
I don't know.
There we go. Your top 3 finisher in the men's race. Lucien Mermillon in first place. Dylan Ribeiro with Mr. Comeback. What a strong finish. And finally, Elia Bongiovanni. Hats off for his grit and determination. It looked like the most painful finish we've seen so far, but he still claimed third spot of the podium. And I think it's going to take a wee while for us to have the top 3 women finish line, because last we checked, Lucille Germain in second place was about 25, just over 25 minutes back from Maud Matisse. And in third place was Marie-Charlotte Irazzoki, also 25 minutes back from Lucille Germain, so 50 minutes away.
Yep, we can expect Lucille to come into the finish maybe in just under half an hour. And then probably another half hour behind her will be.
Oh, finish an interview. So you were definitely the favorite this morning, but we were expecting a bit of a fight with Lucille Germain, but we didn't see that. You pulled away too early. So it's a comeback on this distance for me. I hadn't raced like a 50K like race, and last weekend she was at Piramenta and it was 70K, but it was over 3 days, and she didn't have to race as hard. So this morning I was lacking confidence in myself, but knowing that I was strong in the climbs, and I also want to impose my pace. I don't want to follow someone else's pace. So I went ahead, and it was actually super hard for me at the end. I had blisters under both my heels. So I was in a world of pain every time I was stepping down. And so your strategy paid off, because right from the first checkpoint, we were already 6 minutes ahead of Lucille. And from then on, you didn't look back and kept increasing. And you actually, in the last climb, even though you were in pain, you picked up another 2 men. And so we say that women handle efforts much better, and I'm actually very comfortable when it's hot. So I didn't actually suffer too much from the heat, managed to eat well, and I believe this is what paid off in the end. So we're going to let you recover nice and easy. You know the areas, and maybe you stick around whenever the second and third woman will come in. We can have you back on the lane to have a top 3 photo. And he's asking the crowd to give a massive round of applause for the one who blistered through that marathon course and took 4th overall.
Blistered through the course and through her own feet.
Damn.
Whoa. I'm at a bit of a loss for words.
Oh. I'm gonna be trolling social media, see if we get a photo of her the blisters, because man, we've seen that. And if these are the blisters you and I can picture, those are big and way deep under that thick layer of
super painful
derm, and so these ones are extremely painful. Sometimes you're like, should I pop it or not? You let the whole thing dry up, and it's always a bit of a challenge. So hopefully she can take care of them. One thing you can do if you are good with needle, and then you just go in with the needle, suck in all the good juice, and then squared back in some zinc cream.
I hope no one is eating their lunch now or breakfast if you're in another time zone.
Raclette.
Foot care for runners by Martin.
But yeah, I was blown away the first time I got the chance to experience that zinc cream that you just squared back into the blister, because it helps obviously keeping it clean from infection, but also dry so much faster. Yeah, I had that in multi-day, like it was Trans Rockies in the US. And I mean, look, Lucille Germain is still looking good on that climb. She's going to probably also pick up a bunch of gentlemen.
And she has been, yeah. She was running in 14th scratch, but I think we saw her pick up already one. Maybe there's already been others. So she's moving very well. And has second place pretty much in the bag here. She can be comfortable knowing that she is on the podium and has secured her place for OCC next year.
But it's interesting to hear Maud Matisse. Obviously, she looks like she's obviously always in control and in a whole world above the rest of the women's field. But to hear her talk about like kind of not her race strategy, but she knew she needed to eat well to be able to finish strong on that last climb.
Yep.
And again, it's part of now being a professional athlete. You go into a race, you want to have studied the course, you want to have watched the live broadcast from the previous year to know like all the corners where mistakes are made. Yeah, sure, we talk a lot of trash and nonsense, but you know, there's a few nuggets to pick up here and there to help you race on those courses.
To be able to see what the other top runners are doing, what's working and what doesn't work, you know, how they move through aid stations. That kind of knowledge can really gain you seconds and minutes.
And there it was tens of minutes for Maud Matisse on last year's winning time in the women's race. Over 35 minutes faster than last year's winning time. And as we have a bit of a break, seeing the rest of the top 10 men coming across the line, Steph. No. Let's talk about Marie-Charlotte Iratsoki, who's in third place, making her way also to Verbier. And admittedly, also looking pretty strong on that stretch.
Yeah, they're looking comfortable. I mean, they're both pushing. But just I'm diving into their social media to see if I can glean any more nuggets for how they were feeling going into this race. And you know, you look at Marie's UTMB index, and it really just isn't nearly as high as the others.
Oh wow, yeah.
The UTMB index around where mine is, frankly. And I can tell you, I would not be running in third if I were in this race right now. So I think she's running above.
You like sandbagger.
Yeah, she's running above what her UTMB index would indicate, which is something we always love to see. It means she's having a great race day out there. And as we are seeing these images of our second and third place women running towards the finish in Verbier, we are going to a short break, and we will be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Ça, c'est lui. so nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We're back following the top women, the second and third place women in this marathon course, the 50K of the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. We are following Marie, Charlotte, Eda Zuki in third. And then in second place, Lucille Germain from France. Lucille has been picking up a number of the men on the course. You can see in these final few kilometers, really working her way up the field, even though there was no chance of her chasing down our women's leader, Maud Matisse, who finished 40 minutes ahead of last year's winning time. She is still racing and still moving her way through the field to improve her overall position. At the last checkpoint, she was running in on a 14th scratch, but it looks like she's at least 12th, maybe 11th scratch at this point. So really moving incredibly well. Just a few kilometers from the finish. Estimated to come in about 19 minutes, but I feel like it's going to be quicker than that. And then back with third place, Marie Charlotte Zuki, also from France, as we were saying just before the break, running above what her UTMB index would suggest.
Punching above her weight class.
Yep.
Oh shit, she heard me? Oh yeah, I was
Really
running on fumes. Picked up half pain au chocolat from the kitchen. And we're back just to finish following the women's race, bring in our top three.
If you're just joining us on the men's side, we had Lucien Mermeillon from France finish in first in 4 hours 27 minutes, followed by Dylan Ribeiro, who did a last-minute overtake over Elia Bongiovanni, who finished in third. Quite an exciting finish. Elia finished looking like he was struggling, but really earned that third place. And Dylan running quite strong. Unfortunately for race favorite coming in, Simon Paccard, he dropped out due to an ankle roll. Hopefully nothing too serious.
And as we
know that, yeah, he's gearing up for CCC next month. So.
And as we have Marie-Charlotte, she wasn't actually looking at me in the switchback. She's actually looking behind. So she might be running scared. The young runner from Pau in France. And she has a common point with, and I'm going to help you with this, Martina Młynarczyk in her past activities. 10 years of ballet dancing.
Oh, yes.
I did not know that.
Amazing.
Before she went full swing into ski mountaineering.
Well, you know, I swear being a ballet dancer helps you on technical terrain because you're just light on your feet. Just a little pitter patter.
And you also probably know something about foot pain.
Yeah.
So having nice and comfy trail running shoes would be a blessing.
Yeah, for sure.
And she was also in the French ski team from the age of 18, so super early on, racking up around 20 French vice-champion titles.
Wow.
Vice-champion. So, but she's in her own words, like, never the same girl ahead of me. And she is apparently also a very strong climate change advocate. She avoids flying whenever she can.
Yeah, something that is often hard to avoid when you're, traveling to these races, but making sure that, these races are run in as a sustainable way as possible, reducing traffic, the race is providing shuttles. There are ways to reduce the impact on the environment, but it definitely still makes an impact with runners flying in from all over the world.
And I love to see that image just seconds ago. They were neck to neck, Lucille Germain and that gentleman. And she got the best out of this side-by-side battle. And poor guy was just broken in half trying to keep up. And then
picked up at least 2 or 3 men on this climb, I suspect.
And then, yeah, she's broken the elastic, moving into a running stride, but still making good use of the poles. Once again, when the race finishes with such a climb, I feel like it's a tactical mistake not to have poles.
There's a chance here. There's a chance.
You're
break into
saying
the
there
top
is a
10?
chance.
There's a chance. I think that she could potentially break into the top 10. I think she could get 10th scratch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Because she was running in 14th. I've seen her pass at least 2, maybe 3 men. And if you look overall at the men's side, we've had, men and Maud, we've had 7 people finish. We should have Maxime Peluchou, who has not finished yet, coming in hopefully imminently. And then 9th place, I think, is certain, but there's a Theo Verbier coming in 10th, who she looks like she's running, according to the algorithm, expected to come in around the same time as.
Wow.
Yeah. So we could have 2 women here in the marathon course come in the top 10, which would be awesome. Lucille Germain, she's run an incredibly impressive race. We want to make sure not to lose sight of that, just because Maud Matisse has absolutely blown everyone
murdered
away. Yeah. But I think there's still a good half an hour gap between Lucille and Marie. But as you say, Blondine Orsini is not far behind Marie, or at least was only 3 minutes behind at the last checkpoint. So the race is still on between 3rd and 4th.
And just to give a shout out to everybody in the chat who were telling us in very exciting and passionate way that Daniel Cruz was going to win the race. I'm sorry to say, I just checked again. Is in 40th place so far. So, yep.
But what a cheering squad. I mean...
Oh, yeah, like, fans' favorite by a mile. Yeah.
What a cheering squad. And we see a little bit of Canadian love in the chat. That's what I like to see.
Ooh.
And okay, now we've got a distance split, so 2.73 kilometers in between Lucille.
Wow. And nice shot it.
Yeah. And that's particularly on a climb. That's a good chunk of time.
Yeah. What did we say? Like 25 minutes?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. At least, I was guessing half an hour, but. Come on, Lucille. Let's see if we can pick up some more men.
Break a few more spirits.
Not pick them up, but pick them off.
Well, why don't you float your boat?
Oh, Tinder Verbier.
I mean, isn't the finish line of of an ultra the best place. Like everybody's just tired, willing to lay down, sweaty.
Okay, now we're getting into X-rated commentary.
Oh, it's been X-rated since day one.
Got to pay extra for this, folks. We are not currently behind a paywall.
We'll follow up on OnlyFans. Yep, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Always the last half an hour of the live broadcast is going sideways, no matter what.
Well, it was Kelly Roberts. I don't know if you follow her, but it was years ago. She went quite viral for taking a selfie photo with a hot guy at every kilometer of, I think it was the Boston Marathon.
No way.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Was it a different one?
Different one. Yeah, different one every time.
Scouting for them as she moved
Different
to
one
the field.
every time, and it was absolutely hysterical. I remember seeing this in the news. It wasn't even on, I mean, it was social media, but in the news. And she ended up going so viral and starting they have a kind of movement called the Badass Lady Gang, where she just really encourages women to get out and run. And hey, if it takes hot guys and scouting on the course, I mean, why not? There's got to be a benefit to having still a lower participation rate of women in these races.
Yeah, plenty to pick from.
You know, if you want some encouragement, ladies, you know, we can tell you all the normal stuff about sport and achievement, but hey, you're also surrounded by a lot of men in spandex, so.
Note for yourself. Just make sure you pick them up before the cheese station.
Before the cheese farts, exactly.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Lucie Germain from France is still crushing in second place. And she's never been closer to the finish. A few more switchback, and she will be into Verbier town.
And also, she will be finishing under last year's winning time of 5 hours, 23 minutes as well. We're only 5 hours and 5 minutes into this course.
Plenty of time.
Yep. She does not have far left to go.
Yeah, this is the final stretch. She's gone around the last switchback. And it will be straight ahead and then a little bit to the right onto the Verbier main street.
I wonder what's happened with Maxime Pelechou because he still has not finished.
Or maybe he stopped in the forest to take a few trees down on the way up. That's unfortunate. Maybe he burned too many matches on that downhill, you know? Like we talked about this. When you feel comfortable and you know that's your strength, you tend to open up maybe a bit more. And that descent is really unforgiving. And so, I don't know. I hope he's okay. I mean, we've seen that descent take out already Simon Pacquiao.
He's now lost quite a few places, so something must have gone wrong. But now, we've got 3 men who are predicted to come into Verbier imminently. But I'm still pulling. I'm still pulling for Lucille to get top 10.
There we go. Both ladies giving everything they've got to make it up that final climb. The weather is getting hot. Maud was talking about it. She said it was definitely to a temperature that was going to affect the racing. Luckily for her, she is comfortable in this hot weather, but she could feel it already. So these 2 ladies, as the sun is keeping up and warming up the valley, and Ludo is setting that finish line in Verbier on fire. Probably, 10 minutes away? All right, let's call it. It's 5:18.
I think it's less than 10 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes?
Yep.
I think you're right.
I'm going to go 6.
All right. 6, so that's going to be 14.
Let's see it.
I love a good bet.
See, she's continuing to pass the men. Come on, let's go. This is what I like to see.
Oh, head down, you know, you're looking at your feet, you're looking at the ground.
You can do it. We can hear her breathing. She is working.
Yeah,
I wonder if she knows that she's close to top 10.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know, but we know that Lucille is famous for her strong finish and absolutely murdering herself. Like, she leaves nothing on the course. Like, she will just absolutely give everything and going to hurt like her. So she's now, yeah, she knows that she's done with the climb. She's breaking into a run, putting the poles away, and she's gonna open up in the main street of Verbier. Somebody's gonna try and make a move, but if you want to be a gentleman, you have to make a move now. You can't make a move in the finishing shoot. Oh, and look at that transition. Both poles, boom, in the quiver, too easy. And there we go, final turn. She's onto the flat. Let's get those fast wheels on.
And the flat is the part that she hates, but flat going into the finish is certainly the best kind of flat you can have.
Okay.
She's checking her watch. She's got just a couple hundred meters to go. Lucille Germain, our second place women, running to the finish.
Oh, was it a competitor?
Yeah.
Well, he has a freaking backpack on, so I'm get.
Absolutely.
Maybe this got no bib number.
She's gonna finish top 10.
Here we go. Atta girl.
Oh, this is fantastic.
There we go.
This is fantastic. While the men have been dropping off, she has just picked them off one by one. At the last checkpoint, she was in 14th place. And now we have Lucille Germain coming in top 10 scratch.
Looking at the time, she knows she's under the previous winning time by 10 minutes. We were both wrong, but you were closer. And there we go, finally breaks into a smile. Celebration time, ladies and gentlemen, for the French woman, Lucille Germain.
Woo! I believe she just finished in 9th scratch. We're just waiting for official confirmation of that, but absolutely incredible to go from 14th and pick that many people off and finish in 9th. What a strong finish for her.
Ludo was like, hey, do you want to do, oh yeah, she said no first, but she's going back.
Yep.
Collecting high fives.
Soak it in. And still, no Maxime Pelichou. So something has definitely gone wrong there.
And that's her crew. The team behind the scenes who helped her out at 8 stations. There you go, bit of a chat with Ludo. Ludo always the right words and the kind heart of the finish line. Oh, and here Maud Mattis coming to congratulate.
Oh.
And Lucy Germain just shakes her head. She's like, nah, yeah. It wasn't that much. Can we hear something? Nah.
Absolument impressionnant. Pensez peut-être plus le moteur de Carpusson après la passerelle de tour glaciaire, mais il n'en était rien. Maud Mattis est impressionnante. Lucie n'a absolument pas abdiqué. On a un magnifique podium.
Maud Matisse finishing almost half an hour ahead of Lucille Germain, who also had an incredible race. Both women finishing top 10 overall.
And it looks like they're sharing stories of injuries. Oh yeah, Maud has taken off the shoes and she was talking about a blister. And then Lucille was showing her hand. Apparently she took a fall and like hurt her hand, and I think her knee was a bit bruised.
We saw that on the. It was on that really rocky.
Yeah, you're right. We did see it.
Climb. Yeah.
Oh yep, the memory of a goldfish. That's me.
during the time of 5 hours. 5 hours.
And now all we need to finish out that podium is Marie-Charlotte Iratsuki.
And I believe we'll have a finish line interview momentarily with second place finisher Lucille Germain. Whenever she is ready. It sounds like she's on the phone already with someone else. Trading stock and managing social media, probably.
I just did a little look up. Germain, there are a few Germains who are registered for the 70K, but I think if I found
the right one,
yep, I think he's still moving, still on the course of the 70K.
That's good news.
77K.
Here we go, team, back on the course to finish this broadcast on a high with our third place finisher, soon to be crowned third place finisher in Verbier Saint-Bernard.
Hopefully, but
there's always a but.
There could still be a race with Blondine Orsini, because they were only, I think, 3 minutes apart. Less than 3 minutes apart at the last aid station.
And that is why when we were talking about Marie-Charlotte, she was looking over her shoulder in the switchbacks. She could possibly see her competition creeping up.
Yeah.
Oof, that would be a tough one in that last climb if you had to really go pedal to the metal.
We saw that on the men's side. We saw that on the men's side.
Oh, yeah.
So are we going to similarly see a bit of a last
selfishly, for us, I hope so. We want drama. We want late passing.
But you know, it's interesting just looking at Marie-Charlotte's technique here. She's got the Lecky poles, but she's not clipping into them.
Oh, she's not?
No, she's not clipping into them because she's frequently kind of removing the poles and not just holding them in her hand. But if you don't clip in, you don't have the benefit of that leverage.
Oh, yeah, you're clamping onto them.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's just super quick at unclipping him.
She could be. Maybe she's clipping it now, but there's twice now that I've seen her that she was just holding on and then immediately moved her hands down.
Allez les copains, je vous coupe un petit coup
Allez,
la
on
parole, on va
There
aller
we
voir
go. Wow, we told you she gave everything and a little more out on the course. Beautiful second place on this stunning course. Yeah, I really enjoyed the course. There was a little bit of everything. I absolutely love the technical part at the top.
Stratosphérique, franchement.
And today, like, I saw Maud just leave from the start and it's like, well, I'll only see her again at the finish. I'm still super happy with my time. I've felt strong from start to finish. It wasn't always easy, but I was trying to hold on. We saw you crash on the climb. You were on camera. But it didn't look like he affected you too much. I was like, yeah, I got a bit confused because usually I fall when I'm running downhill and not uphill. But I did actually like cut my hand and knee, but with adrenaline, I just turned off my brain and just kept pushing. So you've crossed the line now, but now it's getting hotter and hotter. How do you feel about the heat on the course? Just like in Fionnet, I was starting to get really, really hot. But we're lucky that along the course there's a lot of water trough. So at each time I actually was stopping and pouring water over myself to try and cool myself down. And it was actually very helpful.
C'est ce qu'on dit aussi sur les lignes de départ. Pensez à prendre 2 petites minutes pour vous réhydrater.
So yeah, that's always the advice that we give to everyone. Think about this water source and cool yourselves down. Congratulations again, and we will see you very shortly when we'll have our third woman finisher for the top 3 photo. Big round of applause for our second place finisher in the women's race, Lucille Germain.
She's very happy to be sitting down, waiting for Marie-Charlotte to come in. And we are just coming up on 5 hours and 20 minutes into this course. So still under when the first place woman finished last year.
Yeah.
And with these images of Marie Charlotte Iratsuki, we are going to a short break, but stay with us as we follow the final podium spot in the women's race of Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB.
Fast time, Louis. The grid is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Marie-Charlotte Iratsuki from France, looking up to the almost top of that last climb. 5:21 elapsed, sitting in third place and giving everything she's got because she knows that possibly someone else is lurking at that third spot. At the last aid station, the difference between Marie-Charlotte Iratsuki and Blandine Orsini was less than 2 minutes. So we had obviously Marie-Charlotte on our screen for quite a while, and admittedly she's been moving super well. So it would take a really, really strong finish for Blandine Orsini to hope to take away the third place of the podium of this Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. But
anything can happen. We
2Ks to go. 2Ks to go.
Yep. We did see that last minute switch up for second place on the men's side. So it is possible, but we have less than 2 kilometers to go. And yeah, the algorithm is out here. They're estimating that she's going to come in 25 minutes. She is outrunning that. There's no way that it's going to take 25 minutes for her to do less than 2K.
Yeah. It seems like, yeah, a fair call to make.
Yeah. But she's still keeping the poles out.
Yeah.
She's not putting them away.
Oh no, you want to keep them all the way up until the main street. All of the top athletes make good use of them all the way until they broke onto that main road. And only then do they fold them away and put them in the quiver.
And I think she was in 34th scratch, 34th overall. I think she's also going to have moved up quite a bit because we have only had 15 runners finish so far.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this will be a great finish for her.
Oh, and see, you're like tempted to start power hiking, but no. She's forced herself to keep running and then clipping back her poles as soon as she gets onto the steep.
And talking about the others who are just behind her, so Blondine Orsini, who has a couple of wins last year under her belt, and then Marine Quintard, who was near the top of our list coming into this race, kind of the third favorite. She won MCC last year. An architect by trade, but calls herself an arcathlete. And she was the one. She was a bit different from Lucille and Maud. Her strength was technical descents, and she said she could still, she'd surprise herself about how much she could pick up the pace on the flats. But that she thought it would be quite challenging to finish on a climb. So probably not be seeing something. We will not be seeing her do an overtake in these last couple of kilometers. But I want to know where Blondine is.
Yeah, I do too. I do. I mean, she's keeping her head down, and yeah, it looks like she's still moving with purpose. So even if Blondine was managed to be in sight, she would be seen as well. And I feel like now they're close enough to the finish for Marie-Charlotte to just try and give everything she has.
Yeah.
But still, there is a bit of a climb left.
And if I were her and there was only a couple of minutes at the last aid station, unless I had confirmation from someone that gap had widened, I wouldn't feel super comfortable.
No. Oh, hell no. No, you're right. Because, again, we joked like, oh, did she hear us when we were talking about that? She was actually looking very sharply over her shoulder. See, she's still doing it. She's still looking in the distance. So, obviously, she's seen no one. So, there is a bit of, a good view, at least, on whoever is within 300 meters. The tongue's sticking out. She's grinding it.
But I'm excited for her to get a podium spot. This is great. And does that mean we will see her next year at OCC?
Oh, oui, oui.
Oui, oui. Indeed. So, as we're following Marie-Charlotte Irazuki, she is coming behind Lucille Germain, who finished in 5 hours and just under 11 minutes. And Maud Matisse, who finished in 4 hours, 42 minutes, blistering time, blisters on her feet.
It's a common theme here.
Yeah. 4th scratch. Lucille, 9th scratch. Marie-Charlotte, I'm predicting, has moved her way up the field overall, bettering her last position at the last checkpoint of 34th overall. Just getting that overhead visual so we can get some kind of a sense of
if
how
anybody's
far.
creeping up.
Yeah. We've now had 18 finishers in total.
And still no sign of Maxime Pelouchou.
No.
No bueno.
But the bulk of the runners in this course are actually still back on that second and third mini climb between 16 and 22K. We've got over 1,000 runners that are still in that section there.
And
Up
here,
to the 22 kilometer.
the drone shot on the 3 people, 2 runners and our cam runner. And again, it looks like there's not much motion behind Marie-Charlotte.
Yeah, less than 1 kilometer to go. She's checking her watch.
She'll be stoked to look behind her and see no one.
It's always nice when you can start counting in hundreds of meters rather than kilometers or tens of kilometers.
You start counting in laps of track around the track. 2.5 laps, 1K.
Let's go. Oof.
Oh, she is spent. Now she's not breaking into a run anymore across the flat sections.
But she is focused. She's put some distance between her and that other male runner that was sticking behind her. So, 19% grade. You really can't tell from this angle. So thank you to Sunto for the stats on that.
Oh, yeah.
And she will be joining not only on the women's side, Maud and Lucille, but on the men's side, for the podium, Lucien Mermillon, and followed by Dylan Ribeiro, who surged into second place, passing Elia Bongiovanni. Just a kilometer or two from the finish.
And then shout out to Cindy Kallenbach, who's watching from Illinois, USA. Her son is racing.
And Lena cheering for her husband, Joseph. Yeah, we've had a question from Hans. We don't know what happened to Maxime. He's dropped back quite significantly. Either, who knows, because we have him coming out of the last aid station, but no intel since then. So he's either something has gone wrong, sitting by the side of the trail, death march. We're not sure.
Chopping wood.
Chopping wood.
There we go. 2 cameras on our third place woman so far in this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. Marie-Charlotte Irazzoki.
700 meters to go.
Hiking up with a purpose. Head down.
She is going to be feeling it. Interesting. Even on this kind of steep climb, she isn't going up on her toes. It's kind of full heel down.
Yeah, sign of a very good, healthy range of motion for her Achilles. There we go. That is the last switchback. Now it's just a long stretch of douche grade uphill and eventually get onto the tar seal road.
Come on, you've got this.
Yeah.
I know. I could see that look on her face. She's thinking, God, am I there yet?
There's still more.
When is this over? We've had 21 finishers in this race, so she's definitely going to be top 30. Come on. Can you pick off a couple more? You can see them in front.
There's 2 right there.
Yep. Let's do it.
She looks like she's on a mission.
I think she's counting every minute right now.
Every step.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's in these final steps on this final climb, 600 meters, 500 meters. It can still feel so far away, especially when you have an ascent.
But again, strong with the poles, like moving from double pulling, the normal 1 step, 2 step, 1 pole, 2 pole, and then she even broke earlier into like 1-1, just tick, 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 proper cross-country skiing when you're sprinting. And she's like, okay, how many more Ks?
all the way from Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. If she had the bird's eye, she would know that the main street is right there.
Easier for my accent than it is for you. L1.
Oh, she's getting closer to another gentleman.
Yeah, she can pick them off. Or at least, there's at least two of them, it looks like.
Might be friends around that guy in the orange t-shirt. One is filming.
Potentially.
But then maybe she's like, I just want to make it to the finish line. She's already like, I mean, yeah, look at that. She's staring at the track in front of her, determined.
She can hear the cowbells. We've got one for you. Let's go. We are ready to welcome our third place woman in this 50K race. The Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. Look at her moves.
Oh, yeah.
She's picking them off.
Boom.
Let's do it.
That poor guy is cookity cooked. There you go, head down. That's got to feel good. Bit of a confidence boost here for this last few hundred meters into town.
And she will have her friends and fellow competitors, Madre Matisse and Lucille Germain, waiting for her at the finish line to round out our women's podium in this race. A very strong performance from all three women.
And there you go. As you were pointing out, she's not even bothering to try and put the poles away.
Yep.
This is how she carries them comfortably.
And also maybe good for a little finish line bonus if she is.
Yeah. Can never rule this out.
And she'll be able to hear the finish line announcer and the crowds as she motors her way towards the finish line.
Oh yeah, now she's just broken into the last. You know, you have your last match. You just crack it, chuck it.
Giving everything she's got. And she should be finishing. Oof, maybe around 24th overall. She might. I think she's picked up 10 places.
There we go.
The last checkpoint.
There we go. Our finish line speakers are ready to bring her in. Oh, look at that. We've got tears. Yes. Oh, this is
an emotional one. She is in full tears.
Addressing this one to someone who's not there today, but watching, I'm sure. What an effort.
What an emotional finish. Wow, that one.
Oh, look at that.
That one's going to mean a lot.
Like Lucille Germain giving her hugs, and you can see the goosebumps on Lucille's arm.
Full tears for Marie Charlotte Aratsuki. Just gratitude. Sure, a bit of relief. Finishing in third place in 5 hours, just under 37 minutes, 25th overall. So she moved up 9 places.
Well, here's the man we were. Oh no. There's definitely a story here. And then getting a hug from Maud, and yeah, we'll get a medal and a finish line photo of our top 3 women across the line of this 50K category.
Fantastic.
This Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. Man, those watermelon are pretty popular.
She was first last year in the minute expo in Courchevel 44.
There we go.
She's looking pretty
go.
strong. She's looking
Going
pretty
through
good.
the whole range of emotions, nice pride and satisfaction.
There's the different stages of grief, and we have the different stages of
Finish line
UTMB
emotions.
or finish. Yeah, kind of disbelief, relief, gratitude,
acceptation,
tears, joy.
There you go. Celebration.
Taking her nice victory lap. Yeah. Having a bit of fun with it.
Love it. Collected a bit of salt for her watermelon.
Et puis, si vous êtes par là, oui, bon, je te vois ici aussi. On va faire la photo de nos podiums. Alors qu'une nouvelle arrivée ici aussi, sous l'archette.
There we go. We're going to have the top 3 women across the line for the photo finish. But yeah, Ludo sharing words of emotion. He's always got the right word. Biggest heart in this whole trail running circuit.
I hope that we will see Marie Charlotte Iratsuki again and soon. There's some untapped talent there. This will certainly boost her UTMB index score, I would imagine. But again, it doesn't, as we were speaking about on the broadcast last weekend, it doesn't actually matter what place you come in. What matters is your time. So
for what?
For your UTMB index score.
Yep, sorry.
Yep.
I'd lost the plot here.
For measuring your self-worth.
Oh yeah, isn't trail running the best thing for that? Oh, look at that.
Hey, cool.
Hands are coming out on the sides. Smiles.
That was a cool shot.
Across the line. But yeah, I mean, as much as we try to predict and understand these UTMB scores, to me it still remains a massive black box, and I have only a little of understanding, because apparently there's still some sort of element that has on the overall ranking and the depth of competition that has an influence on your score, which seems pretty odd to me, because your competition is your competition. You can't control that.
Yep.
So, like, how come does that has an influence on something that will define your performance on the day? But I don't know. Maybe one day we'll have somebody come in and just really spill the beans, show full transparency on how that score is settled.
For me, it's always part of the fun of finishing a race. I wait, I hit refresh. What's the score? Because you know what place you came in, but you never know if you'll get a high score or a low score. And, and I've been surprised. I've been surprised. Sometimes higher, sometimes lower. There we have it. We have our men and our women's podium in this 50K race. Exciting on both sides, even though there was quite a gap in the top 3 women. It was really exciting just seeing how fast Maud came through and how high up. I mean, fourth scratch, and then having Lucille also come in top 10.
And so as we're circling above the finishing area, and wow, looking at runners, like, he's still hanging out. He's like, guys, I want to race. I own this place. I own this finishing line. I'm going to just hang out here, have a good old chat with everyone, loving it.
L'impression de notre troisième féminine du jour, Marie-Charlotte. Quelle course, que d'émotions sur cette ligne d'arrivée. On t'a vu submergé par l'émotion. On va commencer par ça, parce qu'on pourrait pleurer avec toi.
Ouais, aujourd'hui c'était spécial parce que j'ai perdu.
Today was very special. I've lost my grandma last week. So today she was with me the whole way. And I actually wasn't sure until yesterday that I was going to race or not, and I chose to do it for her. So obviously that was loaded with emotion. And 6 years ago, I did my first medal in Ski Mountaineering World Cup. and she said to me, did the other ones train? And so basically that meant a lot to her, and she's extremely proud today of what she's done, thinking about her whole family. And again, her grandma was with her, alongside her the whole way, and she absolutely loved every step of the way.
Tout au long de cette course et que tu te sois accroché comme ça, que tu aies maîtrisé de main de maître cette course. Bah voilà, il faudra revenir à Verbier parce qu'a priori Verbier ça te réussit en termes de résultats en tout cas.
So you're going to have to come back because it seems to work very well for you in Verbier.
Donc voilà. Route, c'est chouette de ça.
I didn't catch that. To stop in Verbier on the way.
Troisième féminine du jour. Bravo, félicitations. On va aller te laisser récupérer. Vas-y, dis-moi.
Juste, je voulais remercier mon amie Salomé qui est venue en urgence.
And she also wanted to give a shout out to her friend Salome to help her out along the course and do the crewing for her.
C'est pas mal. On peut t'embaucher. Allez, félicitations à toi. Merci et bravo.
Et félicitations à Yanis Miolan qui en termine. Bravo. Et Marie-Charlotte, sache que tu as rendu hommage de la plus belle des manières à ta grand-mère. Félicitations pour ta course. Et elle sera toujours avec toi.
Oh, emotional finish. That's really tough if you've dealt with a personal loss. Just coming into a race to kind of get your head in the game and to perform physically when you're dealing with that. I'm glad it worked out today the way that it did. I'm certain her grandmother was there with her in spirit.
Yeah, it's always special, and when you race for those reasons, there's no stopping you. Like you never consider stopping or giving less than your best. It's just, it's a very special moment.
And there we have our top 5 men finishing the Verbier Marathon. Lucien Mermillon in first, followed by Dylan Ribierdo, who surpassed Elia Bongiovanni in third, followed by Mark Vizcaino Munoz from Spain in fourth, and then Carl Muga in fifth. It's actually quite a time gap, 25 minutes between first and fifth, which is a lot on the men's side. Certainly on the women's side, we did see quite a large gap between first, second, and third. But we should be welcoming in fourth and fifth relatively soon.
Yeah, so we're still missing second and third, as you said. Blandine Orsini and Marine Quintard still haven't made it to the finish line, but Maud Matisse blissed through that course.
She just finished.
Oh, boom, there you go, Blandine Orsini. 5:45, just behind Marie-Charlotte Hirazoki that we saw just finish. And as you said, her UTMB index is going to go through the roof on that race. Lucille Germain claiming second place. And finally, Maud Matisse, once again, absolute winner in this women's race and in fourth overall.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. And there are still 1,400 participants or so on this course, with the majority of them still between kilometer 16 and kilometer 22. So while we are covering the finish of the top men and the top women, this race is far from over. Blandine Orsini, who finished in fourth, just as we were going over the stats. Still filling up her flasks at the finish line.
Refill as much as you want, and then again we're pointing down with our drone, but no, this is a recap, but clouds started to build up in the sky, so we might actually have, as anticipated in the weather forecast, some late day thunderstorms. So hopefully all the runners out there will stay safe. But this is a bit of a recap of what went down today in this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB in the 50K distance. 43 kilometers, 3,000 meters of elevation gain, and a hot start. The race was taken by storm by Simon Pacard, French runner here on your screen, followed by Dylan Ribeiro right here with him. And Lucien Mermillon was a little further back. And in the women's race, right from the get-go, Maud Matisse from Switzerland took the race by storm, took it in her own hand, and after the first checkpoint, already had 6 minutes on second place, Lucille Germain, and that gap grew consistently throughout the race. But in the men's, things were really shaking up. Dylan Ribeiro here was falling back in third position, while Lucien Mermillon, thank you, and Simon Paccard were both in the lead. And across that technical terrain, Maud Matisse was struggling a little bit, but still moving at a really good pace, and without any crew, was still moving extremely well through each aid station.
No crew, no pulls, no music. Looking a little bit like a giraffe on the descent, but the technical climbs were her strength, and she held her own on the descents, just continuing to put more time in between her and Lucille. On the men's side, Simon Paccard was overtaken by Lucien Mermillon on that climb, but then on the descent, we unfortunately did see that at some point he twisted his ankle. He did something to his ankle, and oh, there we see that was Lucille she stacked it on the climb there. We got a good visual on that. Yeah. Whoa! Still obviously finishing very strong. But that was the image there of the moment when Simon Paccard indicated to the camera runners that he was probably going to drop. So we are hoping it is nothing serious because we know he is gearing up for CCC next month.
Yeah.
So Simon, the race favorite, dropping out, did open up that space. Lucien had already passed him, but open up that space. It was Elia Bongiovanni who was running in second. But then a few kilometer from the finish, we had an overtake by Dylan Ribeiro.
And so here, coming into the line, masterclass on the French runner, Lucien Mermillon, representing Team Rossignol, almost in disbelief from this performance. Taking home a win on the UTMB World Series is no small feat, and he was pretty stoked to take it. Then, as you said, the race was not over behind, and the fight for second place was on, and raging. Elia Bongiovanni, that had hold on to second place all that time, was passed by a Dylan Ribeiro. Look at him go! He was on fire on the back end of that race, took second place, absolutely stoked, as he should. And then it was a really tough finish for Elia Bongiovanni, who really, grinded through the finish, but we could see that he was hurting. Oh, yeah.
Slow-mo finish line.
Look at that.
Faces are brilliant. And there we have the grimace smile as he stops the watch, crossing that line in third position. Now, top three from both the men's and the women's side go on to direct entry to the UTMB World Series Finals to OCC next year. Here we have Maud Matisse, absolutely stunning pace, finishing fourth scratch. She was close to the men's podium.
Yeah.
Smashing last year's finishing time by 50 minutes, 40 minutes. And then Lucille Germain, she really moved her way up the field, kind of picking off the men, moving from 14th
to 9th
overall.
Yeah.
And similarly, Marie-Charlotte Irazuki was 34th at the last aid station, and then picked her way up to 25th scratch. So the women finishing incredibly strong here. All three women gaining on the men in that final section.